Truth in a room of lies. Dead heroes on the Blu-ray shelf. Sweating dust, he rewinds himself. When it all the spine and grit cold, he crawls at the screen like it's face to face. Face to face. Masculine Mondays. Turn it up, let the fire spike. Every frame like a clock spins. Heartache. Masculine Mondays. Running under on replay. Finding out what a real man's made of. Every single Monday. Every single Monday. They break down scarves in the barroom stage. Broken jaws, broken codes, broken in between. Not just fists, but a cold decay. How you stand when the dust comes down? Is it courage or just rage? Nick's voice cuts clean through the static haze. Laugh tracks fade, all the posts get stripped. Just grit, just grace, just who you'll be. Let it out. Masculine Monday. Turn it up, let the fire speak. Every frame like a clay fix. High beat. Masculine Mondays. Running under on replay. Finding out what a real man's made of. Every single Monday. Every single Monday. Every single Monday. Masculine Monday. Turn it up, let the fire escape. Every frame like a crisis. Heartbeat. Masculine Mondays. Running under on replay. Finding out what a real man's made of. Every single Monday. Like off, like through. Neck lace back, takes on that show.
Yo, what's going on, everyone? Welcome to another episode of Masculine Mondays, episode number 62 here, coming with you strong in the start of August, and it's going to be an interesting conversation here tonight, and yes, Waylon, we did start on time, and yes, I did get some sun. Just kidding. If you're new here and you want to help support the channel, go ahead and hit that thumbs up button, subscribe, it's free and all that kind of jazz, and just helps me out. So anyway, if you're new here as well and you want to learn about what we do here on a Monday night for this stream in particular, we talk about why masculinity in cinema is important, because there's a lot of films out there that like to slander and dismiss masculinity and likes to make a lot of characters, emasculated and, less of a man than they need to be. And of course, there's plenty of examples out there, not to go into it, many, but we discuss a new movie here every single Monday, as the intro song has displayed. And we're talking about Spider-Man 2002, the GOAT of the Spider-Man, the man, not the myth, but the legend, Mr. Tobey Maguire, from Sam Raimi and Willem Dafoe. And it is a great film to talk about. So after watching Brand New Day recently, watching the original one, it's honestly a lot of fun. And I watched Spider-Man 2 as well, just as for shits and giggles, I guess. And honestly, it's a good time. They're great films. I can't implore enough people to watch them. And of course, I could talk about this myself. I could. But it is far better and far more fun to talk about it with other folks who agree that masculinity should be discussed more on the internet, because there's a lot of, low T material out there. And joining me tonight is Mr. Leon Idol, Mr. Blue Collar Loser, and Miss Vex Electronica.
It's actually Big Potato, Miss Big Potato.
Miss Big Potato. Oh, are you in your office right now?
In my office. Oh, yes.
Yeah, with that accent.
Wink, wink. Yes.
Yes.
And all the people that are coming in are currently stripped naked.
I would say, to be fair, I think there's far more people on the internet that would like to see you in a hot tub than fucking lopsided titty Florence Pugh.
I would say at least that point we know we get some like nice floating levitation there.
We all saw Oppenheimer, guys. She got weird fucking titties. They're kind of gross. I don't like calling
She's
titties
still
gross,
hot.
but Florence Pugh got weird fucking titties, bro.
She's still hot. I'm sorry. She's still hot, though. Weird titties and all.
I mean, if we're having to choose between which Black Widow, like we're not.
Oh, it's an easy win.
Getting passed up.
Yeah.
Oh shit! I didn't raid you on Kick because I didn't think you streamed to Kick. My bad, homie. I would have
Oh no, all good, all good, man, all good. Yeah, I've been trying to start raiding on Kick more often now. But
it took me about a year to get growth over there, but once I did, it started exploding. So it's like I keep doing it. If I know you were on Kick as well, I'd absolutely raid over there. My bad.
No, all good, man. Yeah, it's been it's like a slowly but surely thing. I think it was like at maybe 69, maybe that was just a great number. But you know, it's again like that 100 mark on Kick, which is totally fine. But yeah, good to see you guys here. And you know, again, I really enjoyed watching this movie and seeing it in the theater back in 2002 and then watching it numerous times. Obviously, owning it on you know, hard copy because you had to back in the day. This is just one that you had to have in your library. And after just seeing
also one of the best movie soundtracks of all time. You remember when you would go to Best Buy, there's a section of movie soundtracks. Like I bought this CD. I bought all three of them. This is like a really fucking good movie soundtrack.
They say that a hero. That song was everywhere.
Soundtrack. Music by Danny Elfman. Duh.
Yeah, well, Danny Elfman. I was talking about like the
sound,
you know, when you would buy music CDs, they would have like the bands that like they would do like actual like vocal tracks, shit like that. This
good,
movie and Daredevil from I think 2003 had dope.
Daredevil had Fuel. That Fuel, Don't Back Down.
Fuel, Don't Back. My favorite Fuel song. It had Rob Zombie on there. It had
sure.
This one's got Black Lab. It's got the Hives. Sum 41.
Yeah, a lot of like you know like punk bands, which were obviously very popular during the 2000s. And Sum 41. Wow. That's a bit of a throwback.
Sum 41 featuring, I believe, the guitarist for Slayers who did the guitar solo on that song.
Yeah.
Oh, damn.
Yeah. Man, throwback for musics are great sometimes. Which you had a bit of a throwback. Leon just had a bit of a throwback concert. So
I did, bro. Good Charlotte and Avenged Sevenfold. That was
nice.
It was fucking awesome.
Yeah. That's I mean I haven't seen Good Charlotte in a long time. Slipknot's been a couple years too, but a great band.
I said Slipknot. If I meant to say Avenged Sevenfold, if I said Slipknot.
Wait, did I say?
You said
you saw Avenged Sevenfold, right? Yeah.
I saw Avenged Sevenfold. God, they were awesome.
Yeah, Avenged Sevenfold always puts on a good show. But yeah, you know, for this movie, again, I think because of the nostalgia of Peter Parker as or Tobey Maguire as Peter Parker, and then seeing like Brand New Day, and obviously a lot of conversations around Brand New Day right now. You know, which we're not going to really get into. You know, what I was thinking about doing is really making sure we get through all the material here, and if we do get to maybe a tier goal, and we'll go into some extra hours sort of content perhaps, and we'll talk more about you know, the Brand New Day stuff, maybe how it compares to this movie in particular, but also maybe depending on again the topics at hand and what people are saying in chat. Maybe we'll kind of just doing an overall of all the different Spider-Man movies out there, because I've definitely been thinking about a lot of them. And again, it's been a huge topic as of late. I mean, you know, I did a stream a bit on it on Friday. No, Niat was talking about it. Leon was talking about it. Vex, you're talking about it. I mean, everyone and their mother's been talking about it, because I mean, I think it just saw that it passed $1 billion today, which, you know, again, kudos for showing that people still care about the character itself, which I never had any doubt that people ever like stopped caring about Spider-Man like they did about maybe Supergirl or maybe like Superman
Well,
2.
people
but
did stop caring about Spider-Man, to be fair, because the character in these recent movies isn't Spider-Man.
That's true. That's true.
So they stopped caring that he's accurately represented on
The
screen.
writers stopped caring. Marvel
That's
stopped
true.
caring. There we go.
Yeah. Good point. Because again, like you when you watch this movie in particular, and again, some people say like, oh, like they didn't really care for Tobey Maguire's sort of like emo-ness. I'm like, well, I think it's just because it's kind of him getting into the role and getting comfortable, and like kind of just getting into that dorkiness of Peter Parker. Like again,
it's a bit coming of age more than the other interpretations too.
Yeah.
This one or
this one.
This movie,
the Toby ones.
Yeah, when you said that this is the movie we were doing, obviously I was like, well, fuck, man, I'm traveling. I'm going to be exhausted, but I'm not going to miss this. I booed this movie up. I've seen this movie a gajillion fucking times. It's probably one of my most watched movies in the history of movies. But I had so much fun with it. I immediately queued up Spider-Man 2 right after. Like, I watched this
so
and you too, my man.
Oh, yeah, dude, I watched it on 2 last night because I was like, I got to watch it again because... And dude, Spider-Man 2 is so brilliant.
I like this one more. Even 2 is a better movie, but I like this one more.
Yeah, I know what you mean because there's just something again about what Spider-Man does in that movie, like and what even what Peter Parker has to deal with, and not to kind of get into too much in Spider-Man 2, but he's having those same sort of inner challenges of like his power stopped working. Can't stick the walls, can't sling.
He's growing up as well. He's moving on to that next phase in life. Yep.
Yeah. He's trying to...
All the things that movie did in 2004 better than this most recent movie.
To be fair, like Spider-Man 2, I actually rank that as probably the best comic book movie ever.
It's that or Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles for me, like the original one from 1990. Those are the two I think are the best. And when I made a post about this, Nick, you said you'd swap out... Batman Begins for Logan, and after thinking on it, I actually think I agree with you. I think Logan is a slightly better movie than I love Batman Begins. I think it's the best Nolan film, but I think I probably do think Logan is a better movie.
Yeah. And again, nothing against like Nolan's Batman Begins out of his whole repertoire or as a movie itself, but yeah, this movie and 2 are just they're so good, and you could just watch them back to back, and they flow so well together. Just from just the way Sam Raimi directed the certain parts of how they're both getting their powers at the same exact time, pretty much, and going through these transitions. Like there's so much that's set up well. Characters are set up so well.
Also to add, like, as much shit as the third one gets, it is still better than I'd say 80% of what the MCU has given us, including the MCU's good eras. I still think Spider-Man 3 is better than most MCU films. That most MCU films also aren't good.
Speaking of the third one, this is I mean, if you watch Venom 3, like he leaves off in New York, so I don't know if they would ever do a movie where maybe maybe it's the 5th or 6th. Go ahead.
He's in the post credit for No Way Home.
Yep.
Yeah. So. But this is the Marvels or MCU we're talking about here. They don't really have a plan. They're just kind of going with it to see what sticks in terms of.
They do have a plan. The plan is keep making Spider-Man movies. They're the only ones that make money.
Right? Yeah.
The plan is to have no plan. There you go.
Yeah.
First rule of Fight Club is.
But the cool thing about this movie, yeah, right. I again, just watching this movie and thinking more about what Peter Parker has to go through. And it's not so much the masculinity isn't so much born or obtained when he gets the power and when he gets bitten by the spider, but I think it's what he learns of what the power, like that power demands from him. Again, there's the one of the most famous lines and in little speeches from Uncle Ben. With great power comes great responsibility. But Peter is still a young man who is constantly humiliated. He's overlooked by all the pretty girls. He is really powerless. Granted, he is smart, and that's one of the things I love about these movies is they actually capture how brilliant he is. I mean, even the fact that again another well-known man with Norman Osborn is giving him praise and respecting him for wanting to get a job on his own and being just I guess surprised, but also like glad that someone understands his work around like nanotechnology, right? And then you got in the second movie, you got Dr. Kirk Connors, who was like, you're a brilliant man or brilliant kid Peter, but you got to show up,
Which
right?
is lazy, yeah.
Right, he's lazy, and then even
Which, to be fair, he's not, but no one can know. Like,
yeah, I'm like, man's out there saving the streets, right? So, and then even with Doc Ock, like, he's even impressed by what Peter was able to try and learn and to study on him for his paper, right, for Kurt Connors. But yeah, and I think because Peter wants to matter, he wants to fit in and feel like he makes a difference to society or to just the people around him, mainly with Mary Jane, which is kind of one of the things that is so messed up with Harry, who kind of just cuts in line. It's like Mr. Steal Your Girl. He's like, talks about the world's largest the telescope or microscope, one of the two, I forget. And then talks about, the spiders use camouflage as a defense mechanism. He even changes his tune. He's like, I hate spiders. And Mary Jo's like, oh, actually, I love them. He's like, no, they're actually really cool, and he tries to, take a step back. But he wants, the world to stop treating him how he is. And when he actually finally gets that power, it's almost like he just wants to uncover it more. And I don't think it's so much of a selfish thing, but it's not really responsible because he's late getting home, even though he promised Uncle Ben to I'd help paint. But
I think it is a selfish thing though. And that is, I mean, that's why the great power with great responsibility ends up being so core and key to who Spider-Man is because like the first thing he did, which is I think what the first thing many of us would do, if not most of us would do when we got powers, is be selfish with him. I know for a moment, if I get instant transmission like Goku, I'd be robbing a motherfucking bank. Like I got a debt to pay.
Or just like Jump Rope Hayden Christensen.
Just to add on too, like I would argue he is quite selfish, because when Ben finally dies and he gives him the with great power comes great responsibility, that's when Peter starts to actively exercise restraint within himself. This is the moment that he goes from boy to actual man. This is where the coming of age thing is. So I would say, he's pretty selfish up until then.
Yeah, I wrote down self-fulfillment. Like he wants to, again, he wants to matter. So I mean, I understand it is selfish, but he didn't really mean to do it. I think he just lost track of time. But also he could have had the wherewithal. Again, he's a smart guy. He should have known. But again, like I totally agree with you guys. Like he is like, I want to learn how to climb up walls, and I want to learn how my webbing shoots. The go, all the cool Shazam,
Go web,
go web, go. So.
But also, Nick, if he's not selfish, he has no character arc. That's the point. He's kind of
100%. Yeah. Like,
just because you're a genius doesn't mean you're wise. He's still a young kid.
Streaming from bed again, huh, Sammy?
When you say he's a young
behind him,
when you say he's a young kid, that's actually something I love about this movie. It's something that other Spider-Man movies, in my opinion, have not done. The Andrew Garfield ones, nor especially not the Tom Holland ones. He's barely in high school in this movie, and thank fuck, because like when it comes to the comics, people are like, oh, we want the young Peter Parker, we want the teenage Peter Parker. Guys, Peter Parker was only a high school kid in the comics for about 4 years before the comics moved on. That was back in 1964. The vast majority of the entire run of Spider-Man, he's been college age and older. I don't fucking need high school Peter Parker.
I mean, I understand why they keep him perpetually in high school in all the movies, because it's just demographics, right? It's you cast a wider net for your audience if you can appeal to really super young children and adults, and you don't have to push the rating as hard. You can still stay within the PG-13 range. So I get it, but at the same time, it's like we've had 3 versions of this fucking character, and I just want to see him grow up now.
The argument you're making is a good argument. It's completely like one's a demographic thing versus one's a storytelling thing, and like you're right, because I see both sides. Like obviously, you want to maximize your box office, and doing that's going to
right.
Yeah, so I definitely get the argument from a demographic standpoint.
I agree with Leon. It's handled best here. It's encapsulated best in these movies. Like you go through Peter Parker's life and you get like stages of his growth, and with Tom Holland, he's like perpetually a kid. I don't think Andrew Garfield really got a chance to
shine, really.
No.
Yeah.
Unfortunately,
I mean, I would argue that as much as I shit on Tom Holland Spider-Man, I would argue the Amazing movies are far worse written. Like I don't like the Tom Holland movies, but I think the Andrew Garfield ones are just poorly executed on every possible level.
Definitely,
I
especially
like
the second
all of
one.
them for different reasons. You
Kick
know what I
Sammy.
mean? They scratch a different itch.
I'm
Oh, I thought you were done.
Dario.
It's okay. Listen. I'm not a Spider-Man comic aficionado like some people are here, but Andrew Garfield is my favorite iteration of the character.
I've heard
But
that before. Yeah.
his movies are just so poorly written that it's kind of hard to see like there was like serious potential there. And I also thought Rhys Ifans was kind of goated casting for the antagonist in that first villain. And
As Lizard, I
Oh,
agree.
dude.
yeah,
The
the
thing
movie
about
just gets
Garfield-
so. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say the thing about Garfield, as much because people know this, I loathe No Way Home. I fucking hate that movie, but I will also say in credit to that movie, it gives us a glimpse to what Andrew Garfield Spider-Man could have been were it taken seriously.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Yep.
Mhm.
Yeah. And that's not to get too much into No Way Home, because that's something I could talk a lot about. But one of the things I've been saying is like the thing about those three movies is that, and I said this last Friday, that Tom Holland's Spider-Man is constantly in the shadows from other characters, and that's nothing against Toby or Andrew as other Spider-Man, because if there's any saving grace about that movie, it's that they teach Tom Holland how to be a better Spider-Man. Even though I feel like Peter from Brand New Day should have remembered that Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man shot it out of his wrist and goes,
He did.
"Oh my
he makes
God."
a reference.
Did he? Maybe I just.
He
maybe
says,
I
"Oh,
missed by that.
this is like Peter too." That's what he says.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Maybe I missed that part, but
You are right though, Nick, because every Tom Holland film, he's got side help versus Tobey Maguire at the Andrew Garfield. He's by himself all 5 films. Tom Holland, every film, he's got someone bouncing off of.
That's because those other two weren't a part of a bigger universe. That's the problem.
Right.
Yeah.
All Spider-Man always was part of a bigger universe.
Yeah.
It's funny because I actually, as a kid, didn't really understand like the concept of the shared universe and stuff. This came out right after X-Men, and in my mind, because the comics were shared universe, this was too. Like I was like, oh, this is taking place right alongside, X-Men with Hugh Jackman, and like this movie came out, I think I'd have been maybe 8 years old, something like that, because I'm a bit of a youngin' here, and even then, I fucking hated the organic webbing. I hated that choice. I didn't like it because it was not pure to the comics I've been reading.
no canisters, man.
Like, I did
agree.
not like organic webbing.
Yeah, that was one of the things where I remember, because back in the day when we go see a movie, we would stand around in a parking lot, after a while, or whenever it was, and then we would just talk about comics or anime or whatever, the topic was. But I remember seeing that with a couple of buddies in high school, and it was like how do you guys think about Spider-Man not using canisters? And it's like, I don't know, man. Like, it's just not, it's not the same, and it's not, we were using, it was not canonically accurate at that point, like years ago, because that's all we had to go by, right? Like this was, there were other the cartoons and other iterations of it, but for this being as big as it was and such a wide audience, like those details matter to us, and that's the thing I think that gets overlooked.
Speaking of things that matter to us, Corbo says, "Watch this when I was 7. Loved organic webbing. Speak for yourself." I literally spoke for myself when I said I fucking hated it. That's definitionally speaking for myself.
I saw this in middle school, and woe betide the poor soul who thought that because of the movie Spider-Man had organic webbing, you were going to get a talking to, and whether you liked it or not, whether you cared or not, I needed you to know. It's kind of like was not comic accurate.
I'm pretty sure the idea was that since it was organically created and within him to do that, I'm pretty sure again he's smart enough to create whatever webbing he would have needed. But if you're just generating it organically, then you don't need to go through the science of trying to figure it out. But over time, I was like, it's fine. Like it's not like everything else is still
that's
good.
One of the worst flaws of the movie is he doesn't have organic,
right.
He doesn't have cancers and whatnot. Like that's an easy thing for. Again, everyone's always talking about like verisimilitude. Sometimes you gotta accept certain things. Other things have to be grounded for you to accept those. Like I have come to terms with it and still think these are the best movies. Also, can we all agree this is the best suit? This suit has always been the best suit in any of the movies.
I'm gonna have to agree. It felt. I also like that Tom Holland's Spider-Man took notes from Andrew's and Toby's suits in No Way Home. Like he made the spider on the back bigger like Andrew's, and he made his read a little bit more Scarlet like Toby's.
Mhm.
After
For me,
meeting
it's the
them.
raised webbing, dude. The raised webbing of the
Off the
texture is so fucking. It's brilliant.
And the eye shape too.
Oh, the eye shape.
TASM 2 suit had the raised webbing as well. That's
Yes,
my
the-
favorite
the-
one out of all of them.
Yeah,
Mm.
so yeah, because Amazing Spider-Man, the suit fucking sucks. I will say they
Yeah, I
fixed it
hated
for that
the
movie. Now the
suit.
movie is still bad, but yeah, I think they made the suit a lot better compared to the first Amazing film.
I do like in
Yeah.
I know we're not talking about No Way Home where all the other Peters are asking Toby like, don't you get thirsty? Like, how do you produce it? Like, it just comes out of you. Like that was a great part because like there is like some biology that would have to go into this. So it was like, does he get hungry for certain things to help him produce his web, or there's
Yeah, you gotta get that vitamin C in, or what?
yeah.
Make sure you're getting them amino acids, or what are we talking about here, Peter? Where's the science behind this? But yeah, I mean, I think this movie is just killer when it comes to the characters, and really covering all the grounds of how you have like the father figure, the corrupted father figure, you have the gal that you want to be with and that understands that her emotions are there for him as well. We have the friend who's just very insecure, jealous, envious. Even with Jonah Jameson, who is just, I mean, J.K. Simmons, just so good.
He is the most comic accurate casting in any superhero movie ever. J.K. Simmons as J. Jonah Jameson trumps any other comic book casting to ever hit the screen.
I think
kind of agree.
I do like Downey still as Tony, but I agree with Leon.
No, Downey was not an accurate
Tony Stark
casting
was
beyond
not
looks, but
like
fine.
that before Downey got into the role.
The comics changed to match Downey, not vice versa. J.K. Simmons was perfect out the fucking gate.
Also, I like that they made Flash Thomas just a bully. Like in the other two, they kind of make him a little like sympathetic. Like Flash Thomas in Flash Thompson in the beginning, he's just a dick, and he kind of grows. He becomes a better character. Time and time, but like it's almost like there's like a will they won't they in Andrew Garfield's. It was just like, oh my god, guys, just kiss already.
Did you know that Joe Manganiello, the guy who plays Flash Thompson in this, was apparently like a cameraman or whatever, tried to slip him $100 to actually punch Tobey Maguire because they didn't like how he met him on set?
Really?
I've heard that.
Yeah, and then Joe was like, as much as I would have loved to have done it, I was not willing to take the heat for shutting down the set for an entire day just to be slipped a hundo.
Because he's a lot bigger than Toby.
Yeah.
Oh,
if he actually hit Toby as ripped as Toby is, dude.
He's a great actor in his own right, mind you. I wish he got
he is.
bigger. Like I know that he's in some like notable things, but Joe Manganiello should be.
I was really looking forward to him getting
a star.
Well, I was looking forward to him getting a Deathstroke film.
I was going to say that's such a missed opportunity is not having more of him as Deathstroke.
So you're saying that Zack Snyder did something right?
I'll never go that far.
I did a couple things right. I'm not gonna just bash on
Martian Manhunter looked good in Snyder Cut.
Look, Cavill,
except for he sat on his ass for the entire since Man of Steel. He was like, "I'll just be here watching."
The casting was good.
Yeah, no, it was good casting.
Yeah, no, for sure. So with Peter Parker being Spider-Man, obviously, him being this type of burdened protector, and again, like you definitely see it at the end. But just the idea of everything that he has to go through, like from the start. I mean, we literally see him running after the school bus. He's getting left off. Everyone's making fun of him. He's been running for blocks. Even the bus driver is in on it, like which sucks. I was like, damn, even the bus driver hates you.
This is like, again, this was the Spider-Man comics we grew up reading. Was like Peter was just. He was abused by the world, bro, just for the lulz. Like, and Toby really does seem like a fucking loser in the beginning of these. Like, Tom Holland never seemed like a loser because he was already Spider-Man. Andrew and bro's wearing skinny jeans with like spiky gelled hair and whatnot. Toby seems like a fucking loser.
I definitely
Sadly,
agree.
right?
The main criticism of
Yeah.
Andrew Garfield was Andrew's Peter Parker was like too good looking and too suave and charismatic. Toby nails Peter Parker. Like you feel sorry
this
for him.
aspect of this iteration of Peter Parker, because Peter kind of finds his footing and eventually kind of becomes a ladies' man. But yeah, just like, oh, I do photography for the yearbook, and you're like, oh God, like.
You are.
Everybody
That's his
hated
claim
that.
to
I was a
fame,
nerd in high school, and I hated that fucking kid. Like,
Yeah,
Mhm.
exactly. It was like even the nerds were just like, don't sit at my table. And of course, like oddly, he's friends with like the richest kid in school who's like so rich he's outcasted. It's well done. Like it makes sense. Because I don't know if you guys have ever met like someone who's like truly wealthy. Sometimes they don't like adapt well. They've had everything handed to them they don't understand. So like you have like these two outcast characters. And I'm sure everyone's felt that way at some point during high school, where it's everybody but you.
well, I especially felt when watching the second one because like I don't think you were here yet, Sammy, but I ended up watching both movies back to back. Dude, the James Franco, he's a very good actor. It's a shame what happened to him. He's a very good actor.
Yeah.
His Harry,
Yeah.
like I found
good.
myself throughout the vast majority of the movie thinking like, oh, this is Harry Osborn. And at one point, I was like, fuck, James Franco is really good. And it was the first time I'd thought of him as James Franco and not Harry Osborn, to have that thought of how good he is as Harry Osborn.
Yeah,
I agree.
that scene where he's about to unmask Spider-Man, like that reaction he gives is just.
Oh, dude, not even. I mean, that scene's great, but not even that. The one where they're like in the wedding and Harry's drunk and he's like slapping. He's like, "Come on, brother, would you tell me, brother?" Like, I was like,
Oh yeah,
fuck,
yeah,
it's
that.
so good.
Yeah. Jonah was like, Peter, pictures. He's like,
like-
it's like just getting slapped like 3 times by your best friend. It's just like,
Yeah.
oh yeah, let me go ahead and take a picture of the girl that I love that's just now getting married to your son, the astronaut. Like, okay, cool.
And when he's offering for Peter to meet Otto Octavius, it's his hero. You could tell he's like, I want this to be my best friend. I want to offer and do something for him. And I can't, like, I feel betrayed, but I don't like that I'm feeling betrayed because we are brothers. It's like, oh, Franco kills it in this role.
Even in the third, remember the scene, Leon, he's like, how's that pie taste? I was like, oh, so good.
So good.
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
that meme is hilarious, dude. Or that GIF, dude. Yeah, it's so good.
Well,
But-
and you know what? That movie had its problems. James Franco is not one of them.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I'd agree with that, honestly. So getting into more, again, I guess more into Peter here, just seeing his whole arc, right? Like, I mean, we know where his insecurities start from, and obviously just him having this resentment to the world, but longing to be more, right? To be fit in with the people around him, to not be the guy who gets picked on and humiliated. And I have clips here, but one in particular from the beginning.
That's me.
Tell him to stop, please! Stop! Hey! Stop the bus! Stop the bus!
Like,
Also, just I know we're supposed to be reviewing the Masculinity, not the movie itself, but I usually don't like opening not monologues, what's it called? Narration, because they're oftentimes used so poorly. I think the narration is done very well in this film.
yeah, I agree. I think it fits well with like the
Who am
placements.
I? I'm Spider-Man.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's almost like fairy tale esque. Like it works.
Yeah. Right, so
that Sammy, and I feel like it definitely feels like a comic book, right? Like you have like the actual like dialogue bubbles, but then you have like the square, boxes that are like telling more about the story, what's happening, in the pages, and it's just like something about that I wish some of the comic book movies that would do more. Well, I understand it's not necessary, but I think for this film it fits so well. I don't think they did it in the second or third one.
No, there's opening narration in the second one. I don't know about the third, but there was opening narration in the second one.
Okay.
Yeah, I think they kind of just lost the plot in the third one.
which I know you guys have all seen. The one thing about the Eric Bana Hulk is, man, it looked like a comic book. That's one thing I like about that film.
Yeah,
It's shot very well. It's about the movie.
Yeah.
Not very good.
Oh no, I agree.
Yeah,
The
I
way
remember
it's shot,
seeing that
though.
in theaters, and that was the only part that I liked.
Yeah.
Plus him getting bigger than when he got pissed off. I like too.
Yeah, that was cool. I mean,
was good.
I own it.
I
It's
don't
been a
know
long
if I
time to
do.
watch the Eric Bana Hulk.
Oh, it's
Yeah.
definitely.
I
That has been a
liked
long
Eric
time.
Bana as Bruce Banner. It was just the movie was just weird.
Well, best part
Now,
is
if they did, let's say they're like, yeah, Mark Ruffalo like left, and Eric Bana
Please,
came into the
please.
MCU at this current stage.
I'd be thrilled.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, I would much prefer that.
I think they'd be a little bit better.
Yeah,
but,
I don't know who saw Brand New Day, but Mark
Everybody.
Ruffalo's looking old, man.
I think you mean Bland a New Day, but go on.
I mean, I
Fucking
just think
sucked.
he's looking
I
old.
did like the fact that they were like, let's see Hulk on roids finally. I'm like thank
Yeah.
you for
Yeah,
actually,
it looks cool, but that scene doesn't make fucking
yeah.
sense. We're not here to review that movie. We'll do it
Yeah,
another time.
Yeah,
Fuck.
yeah.
yeah.
I know what you're talking about, though.
Yeah, for sure. But I give it. I dream of the day Mark leaves.
We all do.
I want recasting all around. Like maybe keep like Tom Holland and what's his face as Thor, but with all this multiverse shit, this would be a great time to save yourself a couple $1 million and recast with younger actors. Okay,
I think that's
Chris
the
Evans
plan,
doesn't
but-
have to be Captain America forever.
No, yeah, I think if not to get too much into this, and we'll get back to what we're talking about. But the one thing I'll say is, I would like to keep Chris Hemsworth around. And if as long as they stay true and they stop with the silly Thor and get back to like
Yes.
the more serious and story driven Thor, because he could keep playing that if he wanted to, and obviously like be the new Odin and just like if they do like Rune King Thor or whatever. But
Oh my god.
because again he's getting older too, but I mean man's still in phenomenal shape.
Yeah.
So it's like, I mean, I aspire to look like that all the time. But I don't have that type of money to be training all that time. But anyway, yeah. I mean, speaking of training though, Tom Holland, wow, Tobey Maguire, he put in work to look good in this movie. I mean,
was it?
did.
like,
It was like 7 or 8 months. It took him.
yeah, I was gonna say, I think it was better part of a year that he actually spent getting into shape, because obviously he's not a big dude whatsoever, but he put on some good lean mass that I think in the suit wasn't making him too bulky either, which is kind of the point. Like Spider-Man was never a bulky character. Like that's more for Venom.
He's
right?
lean. He's very muscular in a lean way.
Right, exactly. Yeah, he's got that lean mass, but Nick,
Yeah, he's all
is
agility.
you
He's an
aspiring to
acrobat.
Look like there is. What in the English grammar are you talking about, Waylon?
According to what I'm reading, Toby was
I've
6
never done
months,
steroids.
6
No,
months.
but
60
he's saying that all the MCU guys do.
Yeah.
I
well-
considered it once when I was in my gym rat phase, but thankfully my at the time wife talked me out of it.
Yeah, I was in a similar situation when some of the guys were like, "Bro, you should compete here. You should do some steroids." I'm like, "Nah, dude, I'm good."
You
But-
should do some Wait, what?
Yeah, they were saying because of
Welcome
my
back,
like
Zach.
my they're saying like, "Oh, you've got good genetics, bro. If you do steroids, you'll like the moment you step on stage, you'll win first place, and you can go
That's
IFBB
crazy.
pro."
That's how they are.
Gym
though.
dudes are trying to convince you to do steroids.
That's what
Yeah.
like anything to make a buck or something like that. So
That's
But-
literally the equivalent of how girls are just like, oh my God, like if you just take this fucking pill, like you'll vomit 25 pounds out. Like it's okay. Oh my God. Oh my God.
I thought
To be
I
fair,
remember,
that does sound
fingers are
better than
free, though.
steroids on account of like vomiting up 25 pounds doesn't make your dick shrink. So
right.
I remember the guy
mean-
who was trying to sell me on steroids started bashing his head against like the hand dryer in the bathroom, and I was like, I'll pass.
Wait, is he really a vegetarian?
was he when this
I-
movie was being made is the question, because
Well, he said he ate lots of tofu and protein shakes. I mean, that's why. Like you
Fair
said,
enough.
like you said, the thing is, in this one, he's not like this. He's really cut down, and
Yeah.
he's not big. I mean, I think Tom Holland's
Either
bigger.
way, it's still hard to maintain that type of muscle, even if it is just lean muscle, like that cut and everything. If you're not getting protein,
and no,
Oh, it's
I
tough,
don't
man.
think Tom Holland's big at all. When you look at in this movie when Toby like takes his shirt off when he's like first got the powers and he's flexing a bit, I think that Toby is probably no
So,
bigger than
Toby's
Tom
been a
Holland.
vegetarian since 1992, and he went full vegan in 2009, which means the muscle he had in No Way Home was vegan muscle, which is crazy.
and gay.
yeah. Should have kept that to yourself, Toby.
It's all processed meat. Well,
Ugh.
oh well.
This kind of
Um,
explains why he fucked Ice Spice now.
What?
You didn't know?
No,
Oh my
I know
god.
that, but
I thought that was a rumor. Is that actually true?
It's actually true.
yeah, I know. I remember seeing. We might even brought that up in the Discord. I forgot, but I mean, hey, kudos to him. You know what? Good for you, Tom. He's like 50, right?
Not Ice Spice, nigga. That's like fucking a Downs child.
Well,
Who might wait? Who?
And this is
She
coming from
is
Bella
rather
Ramsey in a
downy.
Spider-Man cosplay.
Oh my God.
Look
Wait,
up Ice
who am I
Spice.
thinking of?
It's
Anyway,
like
Tobey
looking at a
Maguire's
black
Spider-Man.
Cabbage Patch Kid missing 2 chromosomes.
Oh, I was thinking of someone else. Just kidding.
Bad Black Bobby.
Just kidding. Well, maybe he's. Oh, she's 26, and how old's Tom? Or sorry, Toby.
51.
Like 50?
Wow. Hey man, he's going the Leo route, huh?
Oh, Leo and
Listen.
he are best friends, so.
But if Leo's your
Well-
best friend, get with a fucking model, not a fucking retard. Like, what are we doing, Toby? You're
Yeah, to be fair,
Spider-Man.
Leo is probably like Harry in that he worms in and gets the girls first, and so he leaves Toby with the rejects.
Toby,
Pretty
you
sure-
could do better, man.
I thought they were announcing. I thought he just announced a child too with her.
Really?
That was a
Ooh.
rumor, yeah, that she's
true?
pregnant. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
I was thinking of something completely different,
mhm.
but well,
Ice
luck to
Spice
you.
should be the singular reason why race mixing is bad when you look at Ice Spice.
Yeah, I agree.
That's all the evidence you need.
yeah. Well, oldest Spider-Man? I mean, Toby, right?
Yeah,
Well, I would think, yeah. How old was Garfield? Because to be fair, Garfield was actually older than he looked, but I don't know if he was older than Toby or not.
Or like old? Like how old were they when they first started playing?
Right, that's what I
Spider-Man?
assume they meant. Yeah,
Ooh.
how old were
I
they?
mean,
at
remember,
the first-
I mean, Toby was pushing 30 in this film.
Everyone looked kind of old. I think even Kirsten Dunst was like mid to late 20s when the first one came out.
Actually, yeah, no, sorry. Andrew Garfield was 20,
Toby was
29,
26.
and Garfield was 29.
Yeah, I thought Garfield was like almost 30, or if not in his 30s. So yeah, I guess they were both relatively old. Wasn't Holland like?
Well, he was 15.
Was
No,
he
Holland was
actually
at-
15?
He actually was 15 in Civil War. That's why some people, were just saying like, hey, the first actual teenager Spider-Man to play a teenager because he was 15 in Civil War because he just turned 30 in real life. But Civil War is almost 15 years old now.
No, he would have been
Tom
20.
was 19, and he turned.
Okay, that's why I
he turned
thought.
20 shortly before Captain America: Civil War. But I mean, if
Yeah.
you talk about like how young they were to first reprise their role, then Tom Holland was the youngest, Garfield
Yeah.
was the oldest. But I mean, same like Spider-Man in Civil War was supposed to be 15, so 19.
Okay, yeah.
What
He's
was it?
so he was technically the only teenager to actually play a teenager. Then that's what.
Yeah.
Yeah, Waylon. Yeah, he's 30 now, but yeah, 19
Okay,
at the time. So,
alright.
but yeah, so interesting age. Anyway, so for Peter here, I think he has a fantastic arc in terms of what he goes through. We were saying how he is selfish, and his selfishness does have some consequences. Not kind of not being home to help out your father, as he refers to Uncle Ben later on at the end of the movie, to Norman, Green Goblin at the moment. But I think in terms of, again, him going out as well to, again, a little bit of a selfishness there. And it's like the argument of, should he just, should Ben have just allowed Peter to take the subway and not drive him? Then all three of them would have been, there. And May says like, she tried to, talk to him, and maybe we should have done more. So she kind of takes that guilt on, which is, it was always natural for that to, what could you have done to make, something different when someone dies, right? Like, what ifs. But for Peter to, again, want to impress MJ because he sees that, guess what? she's getting in. Who was it? Flash, right? That had the fancy new car.
Yeah.
So it's like, here's Flash. He's got a new car, and MJ's getting in, even though it had a nice little moment outside by the trash cans. And so him, trying to at least find a way to pay for something like that again isn't terrible, but it's in the matter. I think he kind of goes into, and I guess, for lack of a better word, maybe derails his pathing to be a little bit more honorable in the moment, because he obviously gets stood up by the guy who is supposed to pay him $3,000 and is like, you didn't go the full 3 minutes, bud. So here's what was it, $100? I think he gives him on the table. No, or was it 300? I forget. Oh my God, why am I blinking?
It was substantially less.
Yeah, because I'm thinking of when
100. He's given 100.
Okay, that's what I thought it was.
Yeah, I'll give you 100, and you're lucky to get that.
Yeah, and then he's like, he
He
gives him
decided webhead.
Well, yeah, when it's like, I forgot whether that's my problem, but obviously, like, that's what happens after he's getting robbed, and Peter just totally sidesteps the burglar, and he says, "Oh my God, you know what? You could easily lead that guy out." He's like, "I forgot." Well, here, I'll just let the clip play. Hold on.
You could have taken that guy apart. Now he's going to get away with my money.
I missed the part where that's my problem.
What a New Yorker accent.
Yeah.
What a New Yorker accent.
It's kind of like one of those things, though. Like, he did just screw him. It was like he didn't really owe him shit. Like, I understand that it's.
I agree, Daxie.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, I could have. Yeah, you're right. I could have totally stopped that guy. But
you just shorted me.
Right. You just stopped from paying me what I deserved and what I should have gotten. Because
mind you, $3,000 in New York in 2001 probably went a long way.
Oh, 100%.
Well, Donnie hadn't taken over yet.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's just
how many tofu dogs you could have bought with that?
Yeah. There's some great moments that lead up prior to that moment. I don't know. I don't think Nerd Slap's watching, but as I'm watching this, I'm like, I wonder if Nerd Slap can totally replace this dude's face with Mo Zamboni's. Probably. Let me know what you guys think.
Hey, Brick Joe, you're going nowhere. I got you for 3 minutes. 3 minutes of heat time.
And then instead of it Spider-Man, just replace it with an avocado.
Perfect.
Yeah, and I remember watching Macho Man in the 80s as a kid. I'm like, boy, usually as you get older, you get 3 times your size.
Now that's steroids, okay? That's some steroids. But shout out Randy the Macho Man.
Boy.
Hey, you know what? He gets 9s all the way down the board because he had no idea that he was fighting Spider-Man.
Yeah, I was like,
if we're gonna rank the masculinity of him, it's gonna be all 0s because he's gay, as Spider-Man so aptly points out.
Eric called Randy Macho Man Savage gay.
Well, no, I called Bonesaw gay. I remember when I was a kid watching this movie, and he's all like, "Oh, that's a cute outfit. Did your husband make it for you?" I leaned over to my dad. I was like, "I don't get it." My dad goes, "He's calling him a girl."
Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah, that joke would not fly.
They had that joke edited out on the TV version of this. If you watched it on like basic cable,
you're right.
Wow. Really?
He's right. Actually, it was on TBS. I watched it on TBS in jail. And I'm like, he's right.
Yeah. Bonzo is always ready. That's the other reason why I wore a tank top, because I was like, that should be.
I've seen people at conventions. Like when you go to conventions, you'll see a lot of people cosplay as Randy Savage. But I've actually only on one occasion seen someone cosplay literally this specific version of the Bonesaw.
Yeah. I don't know if I've ever seen a lot of Macho Man cosplay, but
there's a range.
Certain cons. Yeah. If you were gay, would you really have gotten so triggered when Pete said that?
Yeah, and that actually would have been funny if he's like, actually, he did. Thank you for noticing.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever heard Bruce Campbell speak about how he is the only person to defeat Spider-Man consistently in all these movies?
Yes. Well, he was supposed to be Mysterio.
Yeah, he was. But yeah, Bruce Campbell's quote's like, well, in the first movie, I named Spider-Man. In the second movie, I defeated him by not allowing him into the play. And in the third movie, I helped him propose. So like
with that believable French accent.
All right, how are we rating this dude?
Yeah, so let's get back to the ratings here. So here's what I have for affirmation. I have affirmation at a 9.
All right, can you explain your reasoning? I don't necessarily disagree, but can you explain your reasoning?
I mean, I just think from the beginning of him, you know, having the right reasons of and right kind of this right softer characteristic of him just trying to be a good friend to Harry, you know, wanting to be with a girl like MJ, because even though they have their moments, that seem very candid. Again, that's
She's
not like
literally a slut, though, man. I don't know if that's a good thing.
Well, I mean,
also she
sluts have
treats him
feelings
like
too.
fucking shit. In the which movie does she propose? He proposed to her in
2.
2. Yeah, she treats him like fucking garbage once they get together.
No. Oh, when he proposes to her, that's 3.
3.
I think,
okay.
right?
She treats him like shit in 2 as well.
Yeah, that's true.
There we go. I don't know if Peter, gets points for dating MJ. Also, those fucking teeth, man. So
It's the first one.
Well, yeah.
Also,
just for
Gwen
the sake of the
Stacy
first
in
one,
these
but
movies is bonkers hot.
true. It's a shame we didn't see more of her, but
Yeah.
I think because of everything that he is, wanting to have and does have within it, and obviously like having those powers, and learning how to be, no pun intended, but how to be responsible with them, especially after losing, his other father figure that, really made an impact on him. And he understands like the last thing he said to him and just kind of keeping that guilt held within him and just, but realizing at the end of the movie, like, it's like, I have a father. His name is, his name is Ben Parker. Right. I think it just kind of shows you that even though he had some moments that were kind of up and down, him being selfish, him being absolutely capable of stopping that burglar, or, I mean, not to get too far ahead, but even just him being able to keep a secret and to, deny the possibility, an option in the moment of being with MJ, like at the end in the graveyard, like he could have totally been like, yes, I want to be with you, but there's something you need to know. I am actually Spider-Man. You kind of see that moment where she realizes after like that kiss, like, wait a second. Like that felt super, super familiar to me. And I know it's implied for the movie, but I mean, I think everything that he has to go through from with not having the powers, having the powers, even this getting tempted to join forces with Green Goblin when he's Spider-Man, but also the fact that he's able to try to get by on his own, and make a way for himself. Even though there is some selfishness involved when he's, wrestling, or when he, goes against Bonesaw, but just trying to do what's right by, being a photographer, trying to make his own way, which kind of gets more into the second movie too about, having to, pay for stuff and being behind on rent. But, I mean, I think he's just from start to finish, a great example of what you want to affirm that you have, even maybe when you're not as well off, but then when you're well off because you have these powers, like obviously like the powers don't necessarily make the person, right? Like you can still be a responsible character without having, super abilities, but it's the fact that, even with those powers, he's still having to be this geeky nerd and not really reveal who he is. Cause it's like at that point, I mean, you kind of see like, oh, whoa, this guy's doing backflips. Holy crap. Like, like who is this dude? Like who needs help? Like Flash or Peter, right? Like, which is, I think a funny moment, but cause then he just kind of like, punches Flash and Flash, flies back at, 15, 20 feet and has food fell on his face. But I do think because of everything that he has to deal with in this movie is just, wanting to affirm himself as more, because he's still the geek, the nerd, the smart guy, but no one likes him. Even the ugly girl on the bus is like, you can't sit here, and I'm just like, well, like, bitch, you should get off the bus, but that's just me. So, but yeah, I like I said, I'm sitting at a 9 for him.
Yeah, I think affirmation is 9 for affirmation is totally justifiable. Inspiration, anything less than a 10, then you should kill yourself.
Yeah, no, inspiration. I have a 10 as well.
Okay, perfect.
That's just like, again, like
hang yourself with your own organic webs, pleb.
Or capsules, whatever your choice, but no discrimination, but the act is still the same. Yeah, and then with aspiration, I put him at a 9 for aspiration. Not to say like I don't think a 10 couldn't fit, but I think it may be worth talking about just because like,
funnily enough, I think that affirmation being 9 and aspiration being 9 by the end of this film makes sense. I think you don't hit 10 until the sequel.
Agreed.
Right, and that's kind of what I was thinking about, because there are other movies that, like, when we talk about, say, Indiana Jones, right? Like, there's a sequel, or sorry, there's a trilogy. So, how does Indy start off like in Temple of Doom and going forth to the other movies? Kind of the same way. How does Spider-Man rank here in this first movie? And then we get to like Spider-Man 2, right? So, but yeah, I have a 9 as well, like I said, for aspiration, because I do think, even though like he has this, the heroism is born in him wanting to be more, and he learns that what this strength is able to do for him, and this isn't to be used to gain attention. It's not used for revenge, even though he does, want to use it after Ben's dead, and he just kind of leaves him there, which I always thought, it was like, I guess the cops are there to be like, yo, but like, you just said you that was your uncle, and then you just dip off running, like, kind of weird, but the fact that he just goes and chases this burglar down, right, and then gets him cornered until he realizes, like, oh my God, that's the guy I could have stopped, and none of this would have happened in the first place. Even if you had that argument, little beef with your uncle in the car there, it's like, well, stop trying to act like my father because you're not him. At least you could have stopped this, possibly from happening. And
I do think one thing is missing from that scene, though.
Hit me.
When Uncle Ben does get shot, we don't see this beautiful shot of slow-mo pearls falling to the ground.
Come on, man. It's true.
That's true. You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
We also don't see Sandman either.
It should have been rice falling slowly to the ground.
I think they're generous, really.
I mean, here's the dealio, homie. Like, Spider-Man is one of, I put him right up there, but slightly behind Superman in terms of the truly the most altruistic superheroes you get in American fiction. And that's because of like the ideology behind Spider-Man is one that I don't think any other comic truly captures. In that the concept of with great power comes great responsibility, and trying to live out those ideals is an all ages, all genders, all just any demographic ideology.
Anyone can, yeah.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Dax, we could talk more about that in a couple of weeks, because we're going to talk about Temple of Doom, so it's fine. No, I agree. Like, I think between which we talked about, Superman 78 back in June. I mean, just like he is the epitome of a masculine character, and a persona. And I think too for Peter Parker and Spider-Man is the same, and just how he just grows as a person. And everything that he has to undergo, right? And just to walk away from like the person that you have the opportunity to be with, but you understand that you can't. Which it's so interesting the way this movie does such a better job of it without needing other movies to exemplify that same motive, like in the current MCU movies. Like, it's easy. We're just going to talk about it right here, right now. Boom. And then obviously it evolves more in the second and third movie, but it's just a great starting point for this for Peter Parker to undergo this sort of problem, that he's going to have to, that burden that I think he says in the end, right? That's just his burden he's going to have to live with. So, but yeah, I mean, aside from it not being a 10, yeah, I think getting into the second movie is where it would be a bit higher than this, but Because again, he could have totally killed that dude before, stopped him, but he didn't. So
Yeah, it's one of those. It's one of those things. It's not really his fault. You know what I
no,
mean?
not at all. Yeah.
But he's manning up to the occasion, and he's seeing the vacuum that's left in his home with Ben not being there, and he realizes he's got to step it up regardless. Now he does blame himself, and that's unfortunate. But as someone watching the story instead of someone living it, we can all go like that was that criminal's choice to behave that way.
But you could also on the flip side say it was Peter's choice to not stop him. He wanted to be a dick to the wrestling promoter or whatnot. And again, you can justify the actions, but that action did have a consequence. And that consequence was
absolutely. But I'm saying it becomes more where he realizes
Very
that
true.
Unfortunately, sometimes in a man's life, you don't realize that it's your turn to step up until there's that vacuum like that where his father figure is no longer there.
Funnily enough, I was Sevi has never seen anything Sonic the Hedgehog related at all. Never played the games, the movies, the whole nine. So I've been showing her the movies. We just watched the second one last night, and the second Sonic movie has a very similar art for Sonic in that, like, he's trying to be a hero at the beginning, and he's putting people in danger and whatnot. And Tom, his own Uncle Ben, gives him that speech. Is like, when it's time to step up, that moment chooses you, not vice versa. And there's really nothing you can do. It's a classic hero's journey sort of thing where the heroes not get to really choose when they go on the journey. That moment chooses them. And Spider-Man does it brilliantly. Superman does it. Sonic does it. Like, it's writing like this is we just don't get it nowadays.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you could choose to just let that moment pass you by, but that's what separates the hero from everybody else, right?
From the guy that goes back to being a farmer.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep. And I had to grab this clip for Leon here. Hold on.
What's your name, kid?
The human spider.
The human spider, that's it? That's the best you got?
Yeah.
Oh, that sucks.
My man, have you seen the trailer for his new movie? It looks so good.
It looks so awesome.
Oh yeah.
Like Leon, imagine like in A New Hope where Luke sees Uncle O and Aunt Beru, and he's like, damn, I'm gonna have to farm all this moisture myself now. Really gonna have to carry the load.
It's funny that you used that example, because when I said go back to being a farmer, Luke as a moisture farmer was exactly what I was picturing when I said that. So
I picked up what you were laying down.
But yeah, any other thoughts? I guess I'll play this one last clip too for Peter here. That again is a meaningful moment to MJ at the end.
Peter Parker.
That's all I have to give.
I will say, speaking, so I was actually thinking earlier, commenting, saying that restraint probably shouldn't be on here because the movie doesn't really show that. And because I was thinking of it in the physical sense, none of the movies really actually do a good job, in my opinion. Like in the comics, because Vex, I know you're not a comic fan whatsoever, so I don't know if you know this. This is one thing I fucking hate about No Way Home, or the most recent, Brand New Day or whatever. Peter can go toe to toe with the Hulk. He is fucking strong, and so the movie doesn't really touch on. He pulls his punches against every villain, and I realized that the reason I bring it was like, oh wait, you were talking about his emotional restraint, like what he is, not because I wish the movies would go more into like, dude, there's this thing in the comics where Doc Ock takes over Peter's body, right? And so he's like, all memories and stuff. And Doc Ock never realized how easy Peter was going on him. So when he goes to fight crime for the first time, he punches a motherfucker's jaw off his body. Not knowing how retarded strong Spider-Man actually always was.
Well, that's why for some people they made Love or Hate No Way Home, but one of the best scenes with Andrew Garfield. What's he say? Yeah, I stopped pulling my punches at one point. You're like, hold up a second. If Peter stopped holding back,
floating in New York, just
dude, a full punch from Spider-Man is going through the body of a normal human. He is like, it is brutal. I wish the movies went into that a little bit more, because I don't think the movies have ever truly captured Peter's strength.
So does that mean Frank Castle's invincible then? Sorry.
And that's an issue I have with the movie, yes, because Peter should have fucking murdered Frank with that move he pulled.
Yeah.
Yeah, because how do you pull that?
Yep. Yeah,
He
that
was
was
wearing
definitely
Kevlar.
a
Sorry to cut you off, Nick.
questionable. No, you're fine. You're fine. But I agree though. That was definitely a questionable scene there for actual like strength and physicality. Because like I thought the fact that we were getting this again, not to go into Bland Day, but the fact that we were getting a roided out Hulk, which loved to see it. I thought we were actually going to get a showcase of Peter not holding back,
Right.
and being like, "Let me show you how strong I am." And like it agility wise, sure, no doubt, but I mean, like he is severely underrated. I mean, like you kind of get a sense of that in Civil War when Bucky throws a punch and he just stops.
Civil
and he's
War
like,
is the only
"Whoa."
MCU film where I think Tom Holland Spider-Man actually feels like Spider-Man as we know him.
I'm like, he's like, "Oh, that's cool, metal arm," and it just like easily, just dispatches him. I'm like,
even when Stark has those videos, like when they show him stopping the bus,
oh yeah,
like it's done so well and so quickly. But like when Tony like calls it out, you're like, oh yeah, this kid is immensely strong, and durable. Yeah, that should have been a moment. I know we keep going back to Brand New Day, but like that could have been a scene where Peter's going toe to toe with the Hulk, and it should have like freaked out the Punisher, like where like that would have been.
I'm
awesome.
like, oh, I really don't want to piss this kid off because I realize that he could probably just rip me to shreds. Like, I mean,
and like both times fights a Goblin in this film right here after like Goblin's like threatening to kill Mary Jane, but again with No Way Home, see when he fights Goblin before Aunt May dies and after Aunt May dies, what he does to the Goblin after she's dead when Toby stops me, he beats the living shit out of the Goblin after Aunt May's dead. Like
who was somebody? I was on a stream and we were talking about like how if No Way Home was directed by James Gunn, that scene the climax would have some like female cover song of a famous pop song, and so someone I made that joke on stream, and somebody, it may have been Nerd Slap, took that scene and then like where Tobey Maguire gets stabbed while Peter's like beating the shit out of Goblin, and had put like a ukulele cover of like "Don't You Want Me Baby" or something over it, and it was fucking atrocious. It was awesome.
Oh god, I was gonna say
sorry, I ruined the moment with that.
No, you're fine. I was thinking of another. I was trying to think of another scene with Spider-Man showcasing his strength, but oh, that's right. So like in Infinity War when they're on Titan and it's like the Guardians with Strange and Stark, they're trying to rip the gauntlet off.
And Spider-Man almost gets it from Thanos solo.
Yeah, and I was like, I wondered in that moment if he was actually trying, like he was actually like using every bit of strength he had. Because like he is the strongest one there, well,
and also that movie, say what you will, I think maybe it was Infinity War. Really kind of amps up Thanos stronger than he is in the comics. Thanos cannot go toe to toe the Hulk without all the Infinity Gauntlets.
Right.
Gems.
Yeah, you might be able to argue comic book wise that maybe Drax the Destroyer is stronger, but like his movie iteration is not.
He's not the Destroyer.
No, like one of his
Drax.
He has cosmic awareness, but like one of his specific cosmic awareness is to know where Thanos is at any given time. Those movies would be very quick if he had those powers,
Yeah,
same. That like I like Batista, but Drax in the Guardians films, he's so underpowered compared to what he's
he's great. He serves his purpose well. Like he is like a wonderful, like kind of like this weird combination of straight man and comic relief, but it's nothing like the character. There's the go. This is the best Uncle Ben. I don't care.
This is actually the case. As much as I love Spider-Man, this is the character I've been most excited to talk about tonight.
Yep,
because I agree
absolutely.
with you, Sammy. Best Uncle Ben.
Yeah. It was like me during Superman 78, where I just couldn't shut up about how good Pa Kent was in that movie.
Yeah, dude.
I mean, I like Martin Sheen, but like, no, dude.
I didn't hate Martin Sheen, but he just encapsulates everything that you want in an Uncle Ben, where he's patient, he's kind, he has this elderly wisdom, and and he believes in Peter. And even when he's disappointed in him, it's not like I like that's one of the scenes that breaks my heart the most, is like when Pete gets home late and the little note that says Michelangelo, and I was like, oh, those are the type of things that
Martin Sheen is a good actor and could be a good Uncle Ben. Just that version of Uncle Ben for me was always a bit too cartoony, whereas this one's like, this reminds me of my real life grandfather. Like I can see my grandpa giving me speeches like this, and it's like, oh.
Yeah, was it Cliff Robertson? Yeah, he just exonify or portrayed this role so well. Which I'd say the same thing with like Pa Kent and the '78 Superman. Like, there's just something about his delivery in this movie that is just, I don't know, you can't really like.
It doesn't feel like acting. It just feels like you're watching a guy give it, a wise, father, grandfather, uncle, or me give a speech to his son or his nephew overnight. There's something raw and real about it. Like, I get that Sam Raimi is known for doing like crazy, wild shit, Drag Me to Hell, Army of Darkness, and whatnot. But moments like this really show that Raimi knows how to write. He knows how to direct. He's not that anyone ever questioned that, but he can do more than the hokey horror stuff. This scene in isolation is like an Oscar-worthy performances.
Oh yeah, yes. I mean his, when Peter finds him in the street, like I get teared up like almost every single time watching. Like it's not only that, like we've all probably gone. I don't know if anyone had a family member gunned down in the street, but we've all lost someone who's meant something like that to us, and like I think it's just perfect.
You know what it is too, like the way like this whole monologue that he has, the conversation that Ben has with Peter here in the car, and just the way Peter kind of snaps back at him is like, I'm not trying to be a father. Okay, then don't. I'm like, Peter, bro, I'll punch you in the face right now.
Yeah, right. You just want to smack the shit out of Peter in that scene.
So bad, dude. I'm like, yo, watch your damn mouth when you're talking to your uncle like that. Number one. Number two, say you're sorry, because you don't know if this is the last time you're gonna fucking talk to him.
Who do you think you are?
Who do you think you are, sir?
And it makes it worse because Uncle Ben is so caring. He's like, I know I'm not your father. Then stop trying to be. And you see Uncle Ben's hurt. Like,
no, not even trying. Yeah. He said, "Stop pretending to be." Pretending
which is even worse.
Right?
Yeah. And of course, and then so the Uncle Ben is like hurt of like, okay, yeah, I'll pick you up tonight and just.
I raised you, but fuck you, kid. I guess.
Yeah. But you could also see too, like the pain, because like I don't know about you guys. No, I understand. I was making a point, just like my nieces and nephews, they're getting old enough where like when they smart back to me, like sometimes like I go like, okay, they're just like growing up, and sometimes like, you know what, you little shit, that definitely would have been like, okay, I just fucking drove you to the library, you little dipshit. Okay, like I'll pick your gay ass up at 10. Okay, how does that sound? Okay, and if you don't help me paint again, I'm gonna take all the lights out in your room. Okay, let's see how you study for the fucking science fair that way. But you know why? I'm not Uncle Ben. Yeah, exactly. Okay, I'm gonna board up your little window so you can't look at your redheaded friend. All right, you pervert. Just something like that. Christ. But Uncle Ben doesn't do that, because Uncle Ben is a good guy, and he's like, the lad is just going through something. I'll be patient with him, and unfortunately, I'm gonna get shot down in the streets, but I'm gonna maintain being a good guy. And it's gonna haunt him for the rest of his life.
Don't fuck Uncle Sammy. Damn, man.
Oh yeah, I'm vindictive. I don't give a shit.
Wait, like, I'm driving kids to the library in 2026. Like, who's to the library?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, who drives? Why don't you just fucking Uber the little bastards? Like,
I know that's what that would have been so funny. He was like, you know what, Pete? Maybe you should call an Uber home.
Yeah, guess what, Pete? Take a hike.
Yeah,
I'll leave him.
Bring to your library, little fucks. Put your Kindles down. You have to read.
Yeah, I'll be at home.
See how you do walking around Queens at night, dipshit.
Yeah, you're just like, hey, guess what, Petey? You can just take the subway back home. Right, cool. Yeah, that's the thing that you could have said is she's a redhead.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've got a couple couple scenes for Uncle Ben here.
May, I'm 68 years old. I'm too old for computers, and besides, I have a family to provide for.
I love you, and Peter loves you. You're the most responsible man I've ever known.
That's a rough fucking 68. God damn.
Well,
sorry.
No, you're good. That scene has aged so brilliantly because, like, whether you watch this movie in 2026 or in 2001 when it came out, a guy of that age feeling that way about computers is timeless from the new millennium onward.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just went to my parents to show them how to use the remote control for something.
I mean, it is kind of funny though, because I don't think that scene or those lines are any less relevant today. As you said, like I had that same thought. I was like, man, like it doesn't matter. Even if you went back, a few years, prior to that point, like when video games were first, being super popular, like but I mean, yeah, he might have looked. I don't know how old Cliff was at the time of this movie, but I think he's dead now. But
he's gotta be dead.
Well, dude, I just looked at Aunt May. She's still alive, bro. She's 98.
Yeah.
Shit, Aunt May, Rosemary Winters, whatever her name is still alive.
Yeah, Rosemary Harris is. Yeah, Rosemary Ann Harris is still alive, dude.
By the way, it's like people that think we're just lazy the Toby movies because of the nostalgia in Toby movies, but she was also the best Aunt May.
I agree.
No question. I don't give a fuck how much we've all jerked off to Marissa Tomei. Rosemary Harris is the best Aunt May.
I mean, same. Like I like Sally Fields, but she's not Aunt May. She's just
there's something about this May where like you just want to protect her, and you understand why Peter is so like why he hovers around and he sticks around. Like Sally Fields can take care of herself. Like
she's precious. This is a precious Aunt May. She's dainty. There's something worth like wanting to save her and protect there. But yeah, you're right. Sally Field has an oomph, and same with Aunt May is just a progressive liberal. So there you go.
Cliff was 78 in this movie in real life.
78 in the movie.
So the actor was 78. The character is 68.
I don't even know why they did that. They're supposed to be kind of elderly anyway. He doesn't look 68.
Now, to be fair, this was 2001. People weren't living as long as they are now because of modern medicine. When I was 68,
2001, nigga? What?
25 years ago. Yeah. No.
Yeah.
25 years ago. Look at life expectancy 25 years ago compared to now. There's still a solid 10 years.
Honestly, I'm gonna follow you with that. I'm gonna back you up on that, Leanne. It was more like a fashion thing. Like when you look at like kids in like 90s videos where they all still look like they're 38 years old. It's just because of the way that they dress and like carry it's this too. Like this man probably dressed the way that my grandfather would have at that age. They probably would have been around the same age. Like, they were just men from a certain time. They just carried themselves differently. There's going to be like a point in time where like there's going to be a bunch of old guys when we're all old. We're all going to have like tattoos and they're gonna be like, oh, 68, like 68.
Y'all gonna look really weird at 68 with all those tattoos.
Fuck. Okay, first of all, fuck you. I'm not living at 68. I'm blowing my brains out in a Wendy's parking lot at 65.
You're gonna look wonky at 65.
You sure showed us.
Yeah, wait. Okay, so Aunt May was 74 in real life. I guess that makes sense now. 25.
Okay, so in 2001, the U.S. life expectancy was 77 years. In 2026, it's 79 years.
Oh, I thought the average life expectancy was 89.
Yeah, I thought it was 82.
I mean, again, I'm just googling it like anybody else.
No, fair enough. I just had my info wrong. I thought the average
life expectancy was remember, there's also America versus the rest of the world because we're dying earlier and earlier.
You know what? Says the dude who I've never seen sober on a stream. Good point.
I'm looking up United States life expectancy, not global.
Exactly, Beans. Yeah. If you have good tattoos, they should age well.
It was just making a point. I was just saying people.
No, I know.
He's a man from a certain era, but like yes, it looks way older. But my father is like approaching this age now, and that's not how he dresses. He dresses like a college football coach.
No, I mean, no, so
he doesn't wear.
I never forget when I came
Dex,
home.
how old is your father turning? I'm just assuming as a well-adjusted female, you have a father in your life.
Yes, I do. He's 78.
Wow.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, he's only got a little bit of time left.
Shut
Please
up,
don't say
asshole. That's a
that.
terrible
Yeah,
thing to
that
say.
actually does like disturb me quite a bit. So
Oh, my bad. Okay, I actually apologize.
Yeah,
I was just
you didn't know.
Yeah,
I'm right
bad.
there. I'm right there with you, Vex. Like I was
mean-
at my parents earlier, and I saw my dad like walking up the stairs, and I was like, "Oh boy."
I'm literally just at the point, like, please, for the love of God, let me have a baby before he passes. I just want him to be this grandchild for me.
True.
That was why I had one so young. My grandma raised me. I was like, I want to make sure that she gets to know my kid. So I get it.
Yeah.
See,
No, for
see,
sure.
this is how good this Uncle Ben is.
Yeah, he's wanting to say, "Hey, guess what? Have a child, Vex." No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, it is scary because I mean, when I was 2012 came out of prison, I went to a job corps, and this guy in 2012, this guy's like, "Hey, I'm like 65 years old." He still couldn't like type a resume or computer skills, and I felt bad for this guy. Like even in 2012, he's like, "I can't even type like my first name on a computer," and like, damn, in 2012, internet was still at least viable, and smartphones weren't what they are now. But like in 2012, you can't type on a computer, and so this movie came out in 2001.
Oh,
So, yeah.
I get it every day at my office where you get some of these older farmers coming in, and I'll be like, "Hey, I'll need these plans as a PDF," and they're like, "I don't own a computer, son. That's not."
My mom now is 65. She still does not have the fucking Netflix password. I was like, "Mom, for Christ, it's 2026." Like,
yeah, I mean, it's like for me, like being involved in technology for like my career for so long that I've always just been good at building PCs since I was in high school, and it all comes rather easy to me. But not to say there are aspects of technology that are rather cumbersome and a pain in the ass, depending on how kind of deep into the fold you get in different industries. But just for like the simplest stuff, right? Like, oh, where do you save your passwords? I'm like, Mom, you can do it on your phone. Like, it's super simple.
Yeah.
I was like, but where do I do? Is there an app for that? I'm like, there's multiple options. I'm like,
Mom, you can use your face at this point.
Yeah, I'm like, you just set up a passkey. What's a passkey?
Yeah,
your face. It's that easy. Or
it is
back in the
scary,
day with
Nick.
the fingerprints. Like, there's options, but the idea is just like technology can be very simple. But at the same time, like I was just teaching my fiance's dad. He's like, I got an email from Amazon. Like, is this? They want me to like increase my cloud storage. And I was like, what? I'm like, let me see that. I'm looking at it. I'm like, you're getting fished. He's like, what is that? And I'm like,
yeah,
and not like fish with an F. It's a fish with a PH. I'm like, they're trying to lure you into getting your information and hacking your getting into your bank account, getting you to pay money, getting all your information, stealing your identity possibly. Like it's just get to that point. But which I think is one of the unfortunate parts of technology for the elderly. Like, I mean, I don't know like where you want to place an age and higher sort of thing, like 60 and above or 65 or 70, but like it's kind of like the ironically just made me think of this, but the what was the one movie with
The
Jason
Beekeeper?
Statham, the Beekeeper.
The Beekeeper.
They're making part 2 right now.
I know that, dude.
I
But
can't
like,
wait.
but the lady
me
like
either.
loses all her like
But-
life savings or whatever it is.
Yeah.
Right? I forgot how much money it was, but it's
It
like
was
she just gets
a
fished.
lot of money.
Yeah, I'm like, the poor lady just got fished on the phone and then literally just loses everything. And it's like, I mean, honestly, I do think people that that happens to should get that same sort of treatment. Because
I agree.
It is a type of cyber criminal.
My mom called me the other day. She's like, it says my Spotify account's been compromised. I was like, Ma, do you have a Spotify account? And she's like, well, no. And I was like, then delete it.
Yeah, I mean, but there's a lot. So I get where Uncle Ben is coming from in that scene there, but I think the other important part is just how supportive, because there's a second part to that which I'll play here that Aunt May responds with.
We've been down and out before, but somehow we survive.
Yeah.
and that's like one of the most important parts too. I think about what they've had to deal with, being married for so long and together for so long that whatever hills and valleys that they've had to go through, they've always come out and come up over it, which is important because it just shows that they're maybe just smart, resourceful. That they're
Peter's
able
gotten to grow up witnessing that,
right?
Yeah.
Like they've made for good role models for him. But yeah, you just kind of feel for Uncle Ben here for a bit. And I wrote this down that I don't know what you guys think, but I think this personification from Cliff as Uncle Ben, and this is Uncle Ben in the movie, might be one of the best and maybe most important father figures in superhero cinema.
Oh, absolutely.
I can't disagree with that in any way.
Like, it's actually funny
Splinter,
that you
Pa
brought
Kent,
this up
him.
Yeah, dude. I don't know. Like, what is the Mount Rushmore of like father figures?
I mean, I agree with Splinter. I'm not sure if I put him above them, but she's not wrong.
No, Splinter deserves to be on there. Alfred deserves to be on there, and Jonathan Kent deserves to be on there, and Uncle Ben.
Which Alfred?
Like comic book Alfred.
But what about movies though? And
oh, Michael Caine.
Jeremy Irons.
Sure.
Andy Irons.
Michael Caine.
Not Daddy's Vex.
Yeah, Michael Caine Alfred, like you get that, like he, he's still been giving up on never.
Tangerine.
Yeah,
Michael Caine is the most iconic. I'll give you that. But Jeremy Irons is just like, I love that casting, but it's just missed potential.
I don't know. Actually, I'm gonna flip it on its head. I'm going with Michael Gaugh. He's kind of got like the same vibe as Uncle Ben does. Like you just want to protect him, and
yeah.
I
mean, as much as the Spider-Verse films can have issues, like, but Uncle Ben becomes a linchpin, like, to Spider-Man as a character. That whether it's Uncle Ben or Aunt May or Miles was his uncle, but Uncle Ben is the sacrifice that every Spider character has to sacrifice. So Uncle Ben is the OJ. I mean, he's the linchpin.
Before we get too far off topic, I like that we were talking about like scammers and everything. So there was they ended up running it in like a standalone comic, but before Spider-Man was a comic, it aired in a series called Amazing Fantasy, and just before Spider-Man got his own issue, he got a couple stories in Amazing Fantasy, and just before he got his issue, the last thing that was supposed to happen is Aunt May was supposed to get scammed by a guy who like basically went to Aunt May's door and said like, hey, I don't know if you still want this, but before he was murdered, Ben bought a bunch of furniture and he was going to refurnish the house for your guys' anniversary.
Wow.
And obviously she signs on it, and then Peter gets pissed, and then he goes to the warehouse and just cleans these guys out, like and,
especially back in the 60s. That's impressive. Like they, just because scammers, there was no digital scamming back then, but
well, I mean, they read the obituaries, and he was following the guy, and then he went to another person's house, and then was like, "Hey, I don't know if you know this, but just before Ronald died, he wanted, so he was doing that, but just what a way to." They thought it would have been too emotional too quick, so that they cut that story. They cut that issue out completely.
Yeah.
Nice. Some good lore there. Yeah, I think I put 10 for affirmation for him. Again, I know he's not in it for the entire movie, as we know. He unfortunately but
it's amazing what good writing can do for 10 minutes of screen time.
I was gonna say but the time we get with his character is so important, and it makes a difference in our hero and our protagonist, and that's how you have a well-written character and a great story, and which again, a lot of these hero films have lost that plot, which I don't know. And it's almost like one of the biggest things is like, if you're wondering how to do something, just go back and look at your predecessors. just to get inspiration from, get ideas,
Mhm.
and just look
Absolutely.
at how they did things. It's like, how did they build this? Oh, well, maybe if we use a similar, architecture, then we could do the same thing. Anyway, but again, just because of the time we do have and the scenes that we get with him, which again aren't a lot, but I tried to encapsulate them here. So the fact that he and May have provided a stable home for Peter, right? That he can come home to, and grow and be loved, as their nephew, for not having his actual parents, and obviously a little bit older, right? But even then, like it's not like they can't relate or can't, have a life with him and to be there for him and to provide for him, right? Much like Ben says, like, I'm supposed to provide for this family, right, as a man should. Huh?
Oh, sorry. Talking to the dog. Sorry.
Oh,
I was gonna be like, yes, Specs. How did you know?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like,
Nick,
I'll hold my pee. It's fine.
there was a time in comic book films where a man would provide for his family and not be chastised for it.
Right? Yeah. I'm like, nowadays, like, oh, a man wants to provide for his family. Terrible. Let's emasculate him. Right.
Yeah.
But the fact that he notices something is wrong with Peter, right, and he wants to just be there for him, whatever it happens to be. Like, hey, girl problems, school problems, bully problems. What is it? Like, let me know what you're thinking. Like, I'm here for you. And thus we get the responsibility speech and everything that kind of leads up to that part. Now, obviously, the fact that he gets rejected, I'm sure, like as Dax said, that might be something where Goodwin might have said, oh, well, I think you should, I would have pushed back there at that point, but like, listen here, son, you don't tell me to, I am your father. How about that? Like something along those lines. I'm paraphrasing, but
I mean, to be frank, it could be compared to Goodwin, Uncle Ben's a toddler, so
right. I'm like, the life expectancy at that point is like in the thousands.
That's what I say. Goodwin looks at Peter and goes, "Don't fuck with the infinite, son."
Yeah. I am eternal.
It was me and Cthulhu back in high school.
But
no, I like what you're saying. There's an emotional intelligence there that just comes with the wisdom of it's not and Paquette had this too, where it was just like match for Peter. Or I mean, I guess at this point, but even still, Peter's a young man. This man is in the twilight of his life. Paquette is in like the twilight of his life. What he has to offer is not the it's not like when you're with a young man, and sometimes you have to give knowledge through dominance, where like a boy's running around and you actually have to sit them down and talk to them and go like, hey, you're getting a little rambunctious. This is something that's beyond that, and everyone's had it in this room where besides Vex, where an older man teaches you how to be a man. And everybody remembers what that is, and I think that's why so many people gravitate towards this character.
Which I do disagree, Sammy, because Vex is more of a man than I'll ever be.
Damn.
I accept it.
She is very fucking based.
That's true.
Don't put yourself down like that, Blue Collar. You could have tits like this one day too.
You know what? I can dream. I'm starting to get a tan, so
sorry. I have to take the dog for a bit of a walk. She wants to go, so
that's fine.
Yeah, Nick, I'm
Is that a Vex W or a blue collar L?
Dude, this is a case of where two things can be true at the same time.
I'm so glad Leon said that, because like to bounce off what Leon said and Sammy, Nick, is that Uncle Ben and Pa Kent, I think Uncle Ben's got maybe 5 minutes of airtime in this entire film, and boy, but he just every second he's on screen, you feel it.
No, you feel its importance, and I was it's one of those things too. Like,
sorry, real quick, Sammy, I really do have to go.
Let Vex give her rating.
Okay, like overall for the film, or just on a masculinity scale, or both?
Masculinity scale.
On the masculinity scale, as far as like comic book movies go, I give this like a solid. I'm gonna say like 8 out of 10. I feel like Toby's first Spider-Man movie, especially, like there's a really great coming of age story that's told in a bit from it's a nice, more unique angle than what we're used to seeing, because this is kind of like the first of the major superhero films, right? I do like that he transitions. Like, I know it's like through the loss of his uncle, but like there's so many things that he kind of learns and he does manage to overcome. He loses 2 points for simping over MJ. Fucking crooked tooth, like fucking gear mouth MJ. She's literally fucking biting his dick off.
But those nipples, like.
No, it doesn't matter. That mouth though. So
she's a Trailer Park Rose.
Yeah, I mean, even trailer parks need loving.
So that means a roadside ditch flower.
Well,
thank you for having me,
changed.
though. Sorry, I gotta bounce out a little bit early.
No worries, Vex. Glad you could be here. So
my pleasure.
And hope the new doggy is potty trained.
Oh, she's good. She's very good. Very
okay,
good.
That's
all right. Cheers, guys.
All right,
bye, buddy.
The highlight of my note is Trailer Park Rose. What the fuck?
She's a Trailer Park Rose. The first scene that you see her, she's getting cussed out by her like abusive dad. Who's like, "Get your ass back in there."
Yeah.
And then she looks over and sees like the normal guy with a camera, and she'd be like, "I'll fuck you to get away from this."
And not only that, but then there's also the when she's working at the diner, and then the dude comes back yelling at her, like, "You're $6 short."
Oh my god!
Yeah. You know, I'm like, damn, she's getting disrespected left and right.
I'm talking to you.
This is a hard. This is what we call a hard Scrabble existence.
That's True Soul Assassin. Yeah, like, yeah, because like, and the other thing I put down on here for like, I think it's not so much as well, I mean, it is a scene because it's the, you know, when Peter's thinking about missing Uncle Ben, and May comes in the room and is like just being there to console him, but you see like the well acted tear coming down from Toby's face.
Yeah.
But it is just about him realizing that, damn, that's the last thing I said to him. But even May wasn't like, oh my God, Peter, how could you say like, it's the fact that May understood what Peter was going through, what he was dealing with, and that was said to her husband, and like she didn't get mad at him, but she tried to just again be there for him and to just instill like that wisdom that she even has. Like again, like this, like the femininity that she has is so well done in this movie too. Again, which makes her a great character that, you know, isn't reciprocated in other Spider-Man movies. But yeah, he's just. I was gonna say like maybe a 9 for inspiration, but I think that would maybe be more for like the part like where he could have pushed back a bit. But I think, man, I'm like, I don't know how I don't give him 10s all the way down. Like
it's perfect.
It is very hard.
I mean, I can't remember which movie it is where Peter tells May that, you know, like he could have stopped.
Second one.
Second one, yes.
One of the things, and there's people who like push back on me on that because you know, they said like it's not his fault, you know, like he says it in a very roundabout way where that's really not actually what happened. He makes it sound like it happened like right in front of him. And,
right.
But what it is you see the growth in Peter is he is speaking and he is taking ownership of that. And he's claiming responsibility for it. And, you know, no matter what the situation, he realizes that his actions did lead to that. And it was like, and that shows growth in Peter, but like that stems back to Ben, you know, like taking, you know, when he's talking to May, he's taking responsibility for the whole household. You know, he's taking
100%, dude. 100%, man. And I gotta play the infamous quote here.
Remember, with great power comes great responsibility.
God, I just want to hug him.
I know, man.
It was just, I just wanted like, dude, do you want to like play catch?
Ben, you know what? I'll come over. I'll help you paint the house.
Yeah. Like, dude, I got time.
Give me a little nice little coffee. I'll be fine.
It's like, dude, I do paperwork all day. You know how wonderful it is to like have a job like painting a room. And it was like, you know, the job's done when the room's a different color. Like, it's great. It's wonderful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can't blame Peter. He's got spider powers. He's about to get laid on. Poor guy.
He's frustrated.
Mm-hmm. So we've already talked a little bit about Aunt May, but just to tack on everything that she provides, again, after Ben's gone, like in that scene I was mentioning, like she's that moral anchor to nurture the rest of the movie for Peter, right? And even when she's praying, and has the picture of Ben, and then gets attacked by a Green Goblin. Finish it! Finish it! It's just like those eyes, those yellow eyes, like a dead giveaway.
I love that scene.
Yeah, it is a good scene. But just speaking to her character again, the femininity in this movie, which again is lost in other movies recently too. It's hard to have a character like this and be well done. I honestly can't think of a recent movie where there's a character like this that is done well or written well. But I think because she gives Peter this emotional and like moral grounding after Ben's death, she continues to represent like the home, this innocence, and like this. I think that like that human goodness again, like the fact that Peter is telling her like, this is the last thing I said to Uncle Ben, and she's just like, I understand, like, and I'm not going to be mad at you, but Uncle Ben was a great human. Again, he's the most responsible man that she's ever known. Which who knows how many people she's met and had to be irresponsible for, but she's like, I don't say again, like just her as Aunt May again. I again, we were talking about Marissa Tomei. Yeah, Marissa Tomei again.
She's saying, don't let that one moment of change a lifetime of how he felt about you. You know what I mean? Like, she's reminding him, and everybody does this when they lose somebody, when they just think about their last interaction with them and how they could have made it better, and but they didn't realize that last interaction was going to be special or significant in some way. It's a very hard thing to do. But what you were saying earlier about her is a character like May, like this, there's a certain type of femininity that she's projecting that is no longer in films, and it's one of the parts in Masculinity is this is something that you want to protect. This is something that you want to keep safe, and modern Hollywood would have you believe that Aunt May could take care of herself, and she very much can, but it's the instinct to protect something like this that you don't see anymore.
Because even like going into the second movie, not to get too far ahead, because it's not really going to count for what she is in this movie, but she's like asleep. She falls asleep at the table. She thinks Ben's there. Peter sees like the foreclosure, mail on the table, and it's just like, and she's like, oh, it's your birthday. Like, here's $20. And she gets emotional and she's like, and you take it and you don't leave it here. Yeah. And I'm just like, damn, bro. Like, why can't we have characters like this anymore? Like, especially in a superhero film. Because again, nothing against Marissa Tomei, but just.
As Aunt May, everything against Marissa Tomei. I think she's a terrible Aunt May.
I was going to say, she does not hold a candle to Rosemary here. Like, absolutely, like Rosemary is again, she's Aunt May. Like, this is everything that I when I read the comics, watched the TV show, the animated show, I'm like, this is just the live version of it. It all makes sense. It's all connected, right? So
you guys know the infamous Thanksgiving scene. See Norman, she just takes Norman.
I love that.
Yeah, that's such a great scene too.
It is.
He's just staring at her like.
But yeah, in terms of like the femininity here, I gave her high on affirmation. I put her as a 9. And honestly, I gave her a 9 for inspiration as well, because I do think, again, the scenes that you hear her with Peter, and then the scenes you hear her with Ben, right? Like in the two clips I play, like you hear her say, we've gotten through things and we've gotten through worse together, right? Like, this isn't the end. And she's still being positive, even in the hospital, even with Peter, caring for Peter. Like, there's just always this hope of being such an inspiring wife, being an inspirational aunt as well to someone who just lost their uncle. And again, more of what we don't know, but you can just see that they've made it through so much, and that they still have a loving family, a loving household. That she can just be this moral clarity for Peter in a time of hardship as he's going through something that she doesn't even know about, right? And couldn't even fathom for him to deal with. As far as aspiration goes, I gave her an 8. Again, not to like really say that's bad or anything like that. That's still pretty high, but I think she's just a well-written and grounded character in the femininity role that, as you said, Sammy, like you just don't see this anymore.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, it's behind every great man is a great woman. Like this is what they're referring to. It was like, Peter comes up with like, it doesn't matter. I know you'll do the right thing because I know you're a good man. Your uncle was proud of you. You know what I mean? It's just she's reaffirming all of these things that Ben instilled in Peter and reminding him, of how he was raised. And it was like, you don't see that. I don't know why. There's nothing problematic
Sammy,
about
you
it.
know exactly why.
Yeah, all right, fine.
I mean, to all three, like what, especially like later on. Remember, she's in the hospital bed. She's like, you do too much. You're not Superman.
Yeah, I do like that.
And then she calls out like MJ. She's like, you loved her for like your whole life, we all see. I see how much you care about Mary Jane. Like Aunt May is like, what flaws does she have? She's like the perfect aunt. Like,
well, I think. For
what flaws you have? Well, in the sequel, she sells his comic book collection. No, worse, she throws them out.
Yeah.
I thought she donates them, right?
The line is just specifically, I threw those out ages ago.
Which is
so whether she donates them, sells them, those away,
well,
I know.
But then
she got rid of a motherfucker's comics. That's a mark against her.
But then she hit Doc Ock in the head, so it's kind of evened out.
That's true.
True. I mean, it's funny the fact that this was written by David Koepp. But I think when you have a character in the amount of comic books from both Stan Lee and Steve Ditko, like there's enough material there that you can use everything. Again, if you want to use it, obviously to have a well-written character in a movie, which a lot of people don't want to do anymore because they think they can do better than the actual creators themselves. Plenty of examples. I don't need to go down that rabbit hole right now, but
absolutely.
We all know who they are, but you deliver these great characters in Spider-Man 1 and Spider-Man 2 here. It's like, man, like how do you fumble the ball moving forward? And again, like we're not even talking about the movie for itself. We're talking about a theme with masculinity and femininity here, and how they're required to work off each other. And it's when it's well done, and you can see it pay off. And again, with Uncle Ben and Aunt May and Peter Parker, like it's like a chef's kiss, I think, for like this movie here, being one of the best examples. I don't want to say the best, but I think it's one of the best here. So Night Beans, enjoy your Tuesday. Tuesday, isn't it?
Another hour.
But yeah.
Excuse me. Sorry.
Bless you.
God bless you. Anything else you want to say about May?
I think we've covered it. I think you hit the nail on the head with the ratings. Oh, good. One's down the board. Move on.
Well, I got some clips more than anything, but
there's two reasons I like her.
Her eyes.
Yeah.
She's great. For
2 eyes when it's rainy. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Well,
the only time I felt bad for her in this entire trilogy is when Peter does do the upside down kiss with Gwen Stacy, and I was okay, that was their thing.
Yeah, that one's pretty rough. I agree.
Yeah.
But you should have ended up with Ursula anyway. So,
you said Ursula.
What?
Yeah, the girl across the street who always bakes some cookies and shit.
Yeah, dude, Ursula was great.
Yeah, she was.
She cared. She didn't. She wanted her dad to stop pestering him for rent.
And she made Peter cookies.
Yeah.
I mean, she almost lit the whole place on fire because she stopped cooking because she was so like in love with him. So
yeah.
But you know, I will say this about Mary Jane. At least she was the true Mary Jane.
That's true.
You know? Yeah. But all that aside, I see in the beginning of the movie, she is the one that stops the bus drivers. Like she feels bad. So it's like she is aware of Peter, but she still doesn't say like, I don't want to deal with Flash. Like she still kind of goes to Flash Thompson, even though she could just be like, Flash, I don't really care. But I mean, she's kind of white trash. So it's like, hey, like I want to, move up in the world.
We've never really gotten a comic accurate Mary Jane.
Right.
I was about to ask you, Sam, I know you only have like probably more comics than Nick, but like, Mary Jane in the comics is a supermodel. She's not.
Mary Jane is like a smoke show. Like, like Face It Tiger. You
just hit the jackpot.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's the whole fantasy. Like that's why people have Spider-Man for, because every nerd in high school wants to get a supermodel, and Peter's the one guy who's a fucking loser nerd who gets a supermodel.
Yeah.
Well, it also, between like, there's a point in time where you got like Betty Brant,
Felicia Hardy.
It almost, to a certain degree, like when Pete's out of the suit, it's almost like a fucking Archie comic.
Yeah, dude. Pete slings so much dick. Like,
yeah. It was like when he's not out shooting web, he's shooting rope. You know what I'm saying?
I don't know how he only has one kid.
his pull-out game. Well, he has quick reflexes, so his pull-out game is immaculate.
His spider sense goes off, and he's like, "Oh."
Like, so they don't make condoms that are strong enough for me, so I gotta have my quick pull-out game, guys. Sorry. It's her. I was weird to rate her because even though it's like the fact that Peter loves her so much is kind of like her saving grace, because it's like, well, what does she really offer? I mean, even like in these basic scenes here, right?
Wow, great reflexes. Thanks.
No problem.
Which he really did that.
I was waiting for Leon or Sammy to fucking say it. Like,
with the fact that Toby actually did that,
was it 128 takes?
Yeah, it was something crazy, but yeah.
I forgot the number, but the fact that they
Raimi was like, "Hold my beer, Kubrick."
Yeah.
Look it up. Things like, what's to say?
Fine, I'll do it myself. Yeah, dude, that was amazing. But now what up, AJ?
What up, buddy?
How you doing, bud?
We'd invite you on, AJ, but we're doing the live action version of the movie, not the animated ones.
He said 156 takes in 16 hours.
How many?
156.
And how many? 16 hours?
Think about holding that tray like that and going like, dude, he was sore the next day, guaranteed. I don't.
But just the fact
especially because remember he was eating tofu because he's a vegetarian. He didn't even have any meat to get the protein synthesis to rebuild their muscles.
I was like, you're not getting like actual like real protein.
No.
But almost like Leon said, Sam Raimi said the studio wanted to cut it, but Sam Raimi said no, we're gonna keep doing it because Toby. And they said they glued to Toby's fingers the tray to make it easier. But
I think it was like Velcro on certain things to make it easier to catch. But I mean, either way, it because he actually did it. It looks so good.
Yeah. And just 16 fucking hours reshoot it into damn dedication.
That's some dedication just for one scene. Kudos to that, but it's like just her character though. Again, like even though she confesses her feelings to Peter at the end, like
she's not a good.
What does she offer? Right? Like she's like again, like and all she had to do when Flash gets
she's a waitress. Tell me that there's nothing to offer. Are you a waitress?
No, she's an actress.
Servers have nothing. I'm kidding.
Kind of.
Bring me my coffee, you red-headed wench.
Also, she stole money from her drawer too. Come on now, what a thief!
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
she just likes Pete because Dad's. She knows he isn't gonna give her a black eye like Daddy will, and
now look, we haven't gotten to the man yet, but there's some there are some clips that I have.
I mean, she's dating Harry for the money, and like, what do you mean amazing? Amazing? You say he's amazing? I mean, what do you mean amazing? Yeah, Spider-Man's better than me.
No, she is. She's kind of wishy-washy. She gets mad at Pete for things that are kind of beyond his control. Where I was like, the dude's like delivering pizzas in the second movie, and she's like, "You couldn't come to my Broadway show," and I was like, "Bitch, you were a waitress just like a year ago. You don't know what it looks like to like struggle."
Yeah. I don't think did I get the other. I thought I clipped the other part of this one, but this scene here from Norman is hilarious.
Do what you need to with her, then broom her fast.
Snarling after your trust fund.
It's like, yeah, they're all beautiful,
He's so good at channeling like when Norman's talking and when the Goblin's talking.
I want Willem Dafoe to go on Myron Gaines' show in like character as Goblin, because that's like just go on one of these red pill fucking manosphere shows.
Yeah, have him go on what is it though? What's Up
Fresh
or
Fresh and Fit.
Oh, fresh and fit would be good. I was thinking of what's the other one where they always get like the bimbos on. It's like the What's Up or Who Cares.
Whatever podcast. I love.
Yeah, whatever podcast.
Yeah,
he would do great. Just having him sit next to Andy. But yeah, no, I quoted this movie the other day. Like my wife like changed her chili recipe, and I wanted to like grab her and go back to formula.
Like Molly's calling on redheads.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing with Mary Jane is that Peter's the only person that sees her besides being like a sex symbol, because obviously Flash does and Harry, so Peter sees her for what she is. That's her whole arc.
Right. I'd say the only thing and maybe saving grace for her is Peter seeing her for more than she is. Because he's like, I'm not here just to, tag you and bag you. I actually think you have something nice inside, but it's like she doesn't aspire to that, because she's again, like the moment they're talking outside at night and when Flash comes up with his car, all she had to do is be like, nah, I'm actually staying in tonight. And she could have had a better moment with Peter, or maybe they go, have I don't know. She goes over to his house and have a nice little cup of coffee, but no,
or even a walk. Go on a walk.
Go for a walk down the street. Go to the walk to the park. Something like that. Like, I mean, nothing's gonna happen because, oh my God, look, I'm Spider-Man. Sorry, I revealed early, but at the same time, like, that's what
in
she
her
wants,
defense.
though.
Peter is so autistic around her. Like I don't think you're worthless just because you're a waitress. They're like, dude, look her in the eye, stand up straight.
Remember the scene like you're tall. He's like, I hunch.
Yeah. It's, and I understand that's like part and parcel to the character, but like he's not giving her a lot to work with, but she knows there's something else there. They both see something in each other. It's just, I just don't. I think she's just morally questionable. I find her to be a little wishy-washy. She's a fair weather fan.
She is. Like she wants to get into acting, all that kind of stuff, and she's obviously, she does have some like aspiration. Like she wants to be something, but
why she's not horrible. She's not Michelle Jones.
Yeah, she's like not fake smart. Or let's give all the smarts to
the other MJ.
Yeah. I mean, like you could. I don't know if I go higher than the 3 for aspiration for her.
No.
Same thing with inspiration. Like,
I'm sorry, she's completely self-serving.
Right. I was gonna say she doesn't really. You can go with 3s all the way down. Honestly,
until the last scene of the film.
She does look good in that Chinese dress, though.
Yeah, she finally wore all black.
I'm sure Nick kept that clip. Yeah.
Yep. Oh yeah, I mean, I got the one clip. There's a lot of freaking music all over this crap, dude. Danny Elfman.
Just mute it, that's all.
True. I can just bring up pictures of in the rain too, but which again, hey, look, that was a great shot. I mean, not literally means much. It's more so that whole scene means more to Peter Parker and Spider-Man than it does to and just to MJ, because it's just like, well, okay, I had this kiss that was upside down, but then I'm kissing Peter right side up. Like, is it quite the same? I don't know, but yeah, that's kind of where I'm at with her. Now, Mr. Steal Your Girl here, Mr. Insecure, Mr. Envious, even though your dad's hella rich, and
yeah, he's a difficult one.
Yeah, this is a bit of a, not a head scratcher, but I was kind of iffy on some of these ratings here, because I do think that his character represents this type of like insecurity that's in the shadow of his father, who is a powerful man, but his father even says, like, I haven't been a good father to you, right? Like, just flat out, like, I haven't always been there. Yeah. So, and his father's kind of cold, like, it's like, oh, we'll talk about the private schools in the beginning, like, he seems more interested in Peter, even when he comes over to look at their apartment. He's like, I could give you a job. Like, yeah, I could talk to some people. It wouldn't be any problem at all. Like, you understood all my scientific talk on nanotechnology. You understood all that? Oh my God, you actually are brilliant, and you want to aspire to be something better. I would love to give you a job. Now, Mr. Osborn, I'll do it my way. You know what? I respect that. And meanwhile, Harry's on the table like, oh shit, whoa.
Yeah.
It's like my dad likes him instead, right? Like, I mean,
well, he's a spoiled rich kid.
He is 100%.
He is, but
I actually would
more
put
than
back
that,
on that.
though.
I don't really think
he's
is
more
the
than
spoiled rich kid.
Yeah, he's more than that though, for sure. But it's
I don't think there's any. He's definitely the rich kid, but there's nothing. None of Harry's actions in any of these movies really like come off as that of the kid who like was given everything and never had to work for it. It's more like he's the neglected rich kid, because there's nothing really I think spoiled about his behavior. I will say Harry is difficult to rate in this movie from a masculinity standpoint, because he gets his growth throughout. It's like the whole series, movies 1 through 3. I think Harry might actually have the most growth, because he's got to go from this kind of loser kid to oh man, my best friend is Spider-Man. He's only killed my dad, so I've got that conflict. The third film comes full circle. Do you choose the goblin, or do you choose the friend? Like, so his arc, the affirmation, inspiration, aspiration, is almost incomplete when you only look at the first movie.
Yeah, absolutely.
Man, I still think he's somewhat spoiled, but he's also still a loyal friend of Peter, because he does have loyalty to Peter that you see through
that's
all
his
three
redeeming
films.
quality.
Yeah.
He has all the right components to be a good man. He just doesn't know what type of man he wants to be.
I mean, and technically he's a good, because him and Willem Dafoe have some good scenes too, father and son scenes in this film.
Oh yeah, no,
they
like
do.
I said,
100% they do.
And even in the comics, Harry's a very I mean, that character has gone through so many changes. So I mean,
a lot of iterations.
Well, not even iterations, just things that have happened to him. I mean, there was storylines where he was addicted to drugs. There's parts where he becomes Green Goblin too. He has his own son. He doesn't, and he doesn't want to be anything like his dad, but now he's got that goblin sickness in him. There's a lot to do. So, and a lot, one of the things that Rami did really good, especially in this first film, is like, he would take like an arc, and he actually covered quite a lot of ground in the comics to flesh out these characters.
Yeah, he was very good at taking overarching comic runs and condensing them into a single story.
And I say Harry would be one that's quite difficult to do, because like he goes through so many metamorphoses, and he's not a bad guy. There's plenty of times where he does step up to help his friend, I mean, but it's just
not even his friend. Like, if you remember when the scene during the Osborn festival, when MJ is in distress, he does run out to try and save her boyfriend, but the rubble comes and knocks him unconscious. Like, he even had the heroic instinct of like, I gotta save my girl.
Yeah, it's more the confidence in himself than anything else that is his biggest pushback. Like
Well, remember too the Thanksgiving scene after, like, because Norman snaps from the goblin, but he's like, oh, that your father's a pig. He's like, my father's a pig. He's like, I hope that one day I can be half the man he is. He's like, so stop, don't talk about things you don't know about. But he's defending his dad, even though his dad's being a dick to Mary Jane. But he doesn't know that.
that is very much like a family thing too, where like sometimes like your girl says something was like, okay, I can talk shit about my family. Don't you ever fucking talk shit about my family.
Yeah.
Okay?
It's one thing if like I want to talk shit about my dad, who's, that's one thing, but don't you we're just dating. Like you're not even like, we're not even engaged yet, sort of thing, right? Like,
it's like with my sister. It was like I can call her a bitch all day. If I ever heard my brother-in-law call my sister a bitch, I'd slap him through a wall.
Yeah, exactly.
Which is having a son say like my father, I hope I can be half the man he is one day. Like that's great.
He does become the goblin half.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah.
That's true. I never thought about it that
way. He does. Yeah, he does complete one of the halves.
In the biz, we call that foreshadowing.
Yeah. But I agree though. He is loyal to Pete, and I think because of even though he knew that Pete liked Mary Jane, but so did he, and he just acted on it. And I never really faulted for him doing that.
Because he told you things to do. Like you never made a move.
Right, exactly.
Well,
I was like,
and also this is supposed to be like the hottest chick in school, right? It was like, hey, if I didn't do it, someone was going to do it. Like,
right.
Sorry
Flash
that you sat there.
Whoever else.
Exactly. I'm rich in a Flash Thompson.
Well, yeah, Flash. Yeah, Flash is more of the selfish showboat character. Which,
he's the star athlete. He's he's the king shit. That's
this is another thing that about these movies that I think kind of harms the way that a lot of people look at Harry, because they did cast actors who are in their late 20s, early 30s to be playing characters that are like 18, 19. Harry's lack of charisma and lack of knowing like who he really is and whatnot actually does make sense in the context, remembering canonically he's supposed to be about 18, 19 years old right here.
True.
So, but when you look at the face and see like, oh, this dude's almost 30, like it kind of like it doesn't juxtapose very well. And so as a character, I think Harry does make a lot of sense, like for the faults he shows in this movie.
Yeah, that tracks. And I think we've all been there. It was like, one day you're riding high and like what the right answers are, and the next day you're just out of your depth, because like it's not because of lack of character, it's because of lack of experience. Like you just you haven't been around the block before. Yeah, like I said, I really like Harry in these movies. Much better than what we get in Amazing Spider-Man 2, where you're just
fucking fat.
Dude is
Dane DeHaan's such a good actor, but boy, did he get.
He is. That's why it's so disappointing. He would have been an awesome, like if he would have gotten if Harry would have gotten the type of treatment that he got in this trilogy, like he could have been phenomenal. But like he's just like an evil little turd right away.
Yeah. And honestly, the more I kind of think about it too, like his character is a bit tragic in this movie because of the fact that he does want his father's approval. Like it's like he's something he's not trying, because he's
actually trying super hard. He's all, remember the scene where he's doing his homework and he's like, Peter, I'm not understanding this. Can you give me a hand? Right before, I think it's right before Norman shows up at their apartment, if I remember right. And it's like Harry does try. He's just like, he's not gifted the way Peter is. That being said, we do see in later films, the second and third, Harry's gifted in other ways. He's actually very charismatic as the lead of Oscorp. He might not have the smarts, but he's very like, he's got the connections with Doc Ock. He's good at being in front of the cameras. He uses the goblin tech to much resourcefulness in the third movie. Like,
he's very much the outspoken like businessman that has a lot of charisma, and it's like you watch it and you're like, he's just in a suit looking good, like here's the presentation with Doc Ock, and it's just like Otto Octavius, like he's got everything, and he says like he has all the money, but that all is like tragedy aside. he's a completely different character.
Yeah.
Like his growth from 1 to 2 is a huge step up, which again, like thinking about it since I watched them back to back, it's like, where is he by the end of this movie? Like he obviously is resentful because he doesn't know the truth about his father and the truth about Spider-Man. The fact that his best friend, who he's telling to his face that is Spider-Man, like I'm gonna, whatever it takes, I'm gonna kill him. And it's like, damn, like, okay, well, that sucks. But
I mean, revenge isn't like it isn't the best motivator, but it is a motivator. You know what I mean? Like he becomes formidable in his own right, in his mind, because like his father was taken away from him unjustly, and you know that would have a huge effect on somebody.
Yeah. I don't know if like if his affirmation would be about like a 5 or a 6.
I would say 6 is pretty fair because he is always in Peter and MJ's corner. He's not the smartest, he's not the most self-confident, whatnot, but he is always in Peter and MJ's corner.
I give him a 10 for inspiration, at least by the end of this film. That man is driven for 2 other movies for one purpose, and that is to kill Spider-Man.
Yeah, I mean, for inspiration, I mean,
how's he in this film?
Well, yeah. I mean, like later on, it jumps up for sure. But I mean, from where he is here, it's kind of like, I mean, he's kind of mid, I think.
Yeah, he's mid until the end of the film.
I think like smack dab, but somewhere between like a 4 and a 6, I'd say too. Like, which I mean, 5 is
5 is safest.
And I think the same thing. Like aspiration, though, it's like he wants to do well at school. He wants to be the guy. He doesn't like, and he's not trying to be the spoiled rich kid. Like he has the capability.
He kind of rejects that. He wants to be the normal kid. He tells his dad, "You pull around, please. I don't want anyone showing up in a Royce." Like
pulling up front to the school, getting dropped off. Having you walk me up the steps.
Which, by the way, in high school, are you fucking kidding me?
Nowadays, like, yo, what's up, dog? But like, people might want some, coin off you. But like I think for his aspiration again, like he could totally play the spoiled rich kid card and have it all and like absolutely put Flash Thompson to shame, because even like in the beginning where they're going through the tour, it's like, oh, what's daddy gonna come and save you? Like he could have totally snapped back at them, but he kind of just almost like he kind of takes those punches as well from like like Flash and his friends, just like Peter did. So which is kind of weird. It's like, bro, do you not know who my father is? Like, it's like, oh, my father will fire your father and his father too, and it's kind of funny, but he doesn't care. That's not what he's trying to be.
My father could have a security detail that will make your head spin. Like,
no,
it's insane.
Yeah. How about I get a special detail with me? And you can try to pick
as
on
a matter
me.
of fact, I'm so rich, it's kind of weird that I don't have a security detail because someone definitely kidnapped me.
Yeah, you want to try picking on me and my friend again? Because if that's the case, my security deal could just totally detain you in whatever way he sees fit.
Also, he doesn't know, but like if he looked at everyone and be like, dude, I don't know how to tell you this, but my dad's the fucking Green Goblin, and like you're like
dad
a
has little bombs
away from being like a skeleton.
Yeah, turning into skeletons, exactly.
Well, I will just eradicate you from the existence of the earth real quick. I mean, like, I think he does he does have like a decent amount of aspiration. Again, like it's somewhere in the middle, I think, at this point. And for revenge, it's like a 10. Sammy, I agree. Like that man's like, boom, I aspire to kill Spider-Man.
Yep,
that is for fucking sure.
Yep.
Right there at the cemetery scene, Nick, he tells Peter, he said, "Thank God for you." He's like, "You're the only family I have left." Like that. Say that to Peter. That's deep, man.
That scene right there almost feels like something out of The Godfather, where it was just like someone is just having this revelation. He's looking at Peter, like thank God for you. I really wish my dad wasn't in that unfortunate fishing accident. Pete's like, yeah, I don't know what happened.
I wish old Tone didn't bite the dust. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, I'm here for you, brother. Whatever you need. Yes, he come over like some gabagool. All right.
It's so deep because Peter's hugging him. It's like, Harry hates Spider-Man, but he's also protecting the secret for his father's legacy, his memories. Like, I can't tell you your dad was a fucking serial killer, but wasn't his fault.
Well, and he does. He was the last thing, and that's another good thing about Peter. He's like, don't tell Harry, and you know what? He knows, because he knows that would crush Harry.
Yeah,
he idolized his father. This is going to be the best one for sure.
Which I was like, this is the only profile picture I'm going to use for him because it's the meme.
Yeah, absolutely.
Something scientist myself.
I'm something of a scientist myself.
Not doing Gray at the Future Day Festival or whatever it was called.
What's that?
We're not doing Macy Gray at the Future Day Festival.
Oh God.
I just remember rewatching this. I was like, "Holy shit, Macy Gray was a thing." That was
You know why, right?
Why?
This movie was made by Sony, and she had just been signed to Sony's label. So they were using this to promote her.
Shit!
That's why Macy Gray is in this movie, is because she had just gotten signed to the Sony record labels, and Sony's like, "Oh, you're really starting that movie. She'll be huge."
When I first heard like that song, I always thought it was, "And I blow bubbles when you are not near."
Like Sammy said, Nick, he's man. See, I'm going to a brand new day tangent, but like Peter has the most interesting villains because Spider-Man, Doc Ock, Sandman, Lizard, they're not bad men. They're not bad people. They're products. Like Norman is a great person.
Well,
I
would push back. I mean, in the movies, maybe like Sandman in the comics, he's a fucking scumbag.
What terms of the movie right now?
Norman Oswald in the comic books is like one of the most despicable human beings. Ever.
But like, so far in the films, they make it out to be like Norman's like Willem Dafoe. Norman in this film is a good person. He's just
in the film, you almost have to judge Norman and Green Goblin as two different characters.
That's why it's so hard to judge.
It's like a Jekyll and Hyde thing. With this, it's difficult, but it's one of those things. It's the same thing with Jekyll and Hyde that one of the biggest reveals, and they don't talk about it a lot in the actual book. The Curious Case of Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde, all that stuff was in Jekyll. He just never had the guts to do it. Like, everything that he did, he wanted to do. You know what I mean? So you question like how much was the monster and how much was the man. That was the real thing. It was, they always kind of depicted it as like this Incredible Hulk thing. It really wasn't. It was, if anything, that potion just kind of like lowered his inhibitions enough where he just kind of like acted on impulse. As he wanted to be out there killing hookers and stuff. This is kind of like the same deal where you kind of get, he's collected, but even before he becomes the Goblin, you see him snap like one or two times. It was like, that fury is in there.
Formula. Now when you say,
have any idea how much I sacrificed?
That's post Goblin, but like when Dr. Strom is all like, we need to take the whole thing back to formula, and Osborn was like, back to formula, you fucking idiot, people funding us. Fuck Dr. Strom. He got what was coming to him.
Yep. Yeah, he deserved that 100%.
Well, he could have. He asked him because at that point, it's like, hey, we're about to pull your funding. It's like we're about to lose all our research, our funding. It's like, what are you talking about, dude? It's just one lab test. It can't go wrong. Come on.
And mind you, didn't they say they'd done like 14 clinical trials or something like that? It's like
it was one.
14 went bad. It was like, okay, I'd move forward with trials with human testing and whatnot as well.
That's what Norman says. Norman's like, he's like, my entire team except for Dr. Strom, my entire team, we're all sports except for one guy. That's why he's like.
That's why he gets face palmed through a window.
Yeah, I mean, I think for a lot of this movie, like what Norman does to the military, to the businessmen and whatnot, kind of justified. Honestly, like I'm not saying that he should have killed them, but those dudes were all after his money, after his research, his all of them. Like,
he's just not a big fan of red tape. He's just a man of action.
It's like the guy has sacrificed. He's like, Jim, I tried to sacrifice, right? Like, and it's like that one dude who sits like across from him, like drinking his tea or whatever. That fuck face. Like that dude was like, you're number one on the list.
Yeah.
In Norman's mind, right? Like because like he's the one that I think kind of like sanctioned it all. Like poor dude in the wheelchair was like, it was unanimous, Norman. I'm sorry. Like, so you were in on it, but
doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. Like, so I do think for the sake of thinking about, again, like Norman has sacrificed his family, right? Like he could have been a better
his wife
father.
left. Yeah, his wife left when Harry was young because he was working too much.
He's like that one guy you were talking about. He's like Rutger Hauer in the Dark Knight. Like, didn't you
chose a boot
memo? And you're like, oh, I just want to. No, he's fantastic. Like I said, his actual. He can transform his face. Like I love that. Like the last.
Defoe is such a good actor, man.
Godspeed, Spider-Man. Like, and not to mention that he looks like a goblin. All the
he is very Jim Carrey-esque in the way he moves his face when he acts and whatnot. He just does it for more often than not menace as opposed to comedy.
Yeah.
I recently rewatched the Mask on my birthday, actually. So last Wednesday, Tuesday, whatever day it was like, this movie is only kind of okay. I like it, but it's not really comic accurate. But damn, Jim Carrey can make some wild fun of it. Willem Dafoe does the exact same thing. He is a great actor.
Yeah, he's just got a gift from God. Like I said, one of the first movies that me and Nick ever talked about was The Lighthouse.
I fucking love that movie.
He is just phenomenal. I almost just bought a T-shirt with him on it the other day from The Lighthouse, and it just says, "You like me, lobster, don't you?"
Dude, I've been debating on if I should cover that movie.
Oh, dude,
that movie. First of all, that'd be a very interesting stream since there's only two male characters. I think totally cover it. I will clear my schedule for that motherfucker.
Yeah,
I love that movie.
It's my favorite Eggers film.
Mine
too.
For sure.
There's only two characters in the fucking film.
Yeah,
honestly, and I think I mean we don't like. There's like Defoe is great in a lot of his movies, right? But honestly, that's like my favorite performance by Robert Pattinson as well.
Oh, for sure.
It's definitely one of mine from Robert Pattinson. I don't know if it's my favorite, but it's one of them. It's one of mine from Willem as well. Like I agree with you. It's my favorite Eggers film, without a doubt. To be fair, there's one Eggers film I haven't seen. I think it's called like The Witch or something.
The Witch is great.
The Witch is the only Eggers film I've never seen. So
you would like it.
Yeah, probably my second favorite film from Eggers, but
I'm not sure it's Eggers or Robert Pattinson. It shows you that Robert Pattinson is more than just a damn emo vampire boy.
He always has been. Right? Pattinson is a of like the younger generation of actors. I say younger, he's like 40 now, but like when they say that we don't really have any leading men left or whatnot, you got like Tom Cruise in his 60s, Bruce Willis. Like of the what I consider like the younger generation, I think Pattinson is one of the most talented working actors today.
I agree.
Yeah, he just had bad scripts.
No, it was just he was really good looking, and he got a lot. That's why he got like Twilight, and he played Cedric Diggory and stuff like that. And but he also went well out of his way to pick up roles where he knew he was going to get respect. And
P.S. Not P.S. I love you. What's Remember Me? The Devil All the Time with Tom Holland. That movie is not that great of a movie, but fucking
he's good.
Pattinson as like the smarmy, corrupt preacher in Devil All the Time is so good.
Yeah, but he's gone out of his way to show he respects
Tom Holland.
his craft.
It's a bunch of MCU dudes. It's Tom Holland. It's Bucky. What's his Sebastian Stan? Oh no, I guess Pattinson's never been in the MCU now that I think about it. But
Yeah, you're right.
Oh yeah, right. He hasn't actually.
But then Pattinson was in the Odyssey.
Wait for the reset.
Yeah,
the MCU reset.
I mean, shit. I would have liked to see him play Mr. Fantastic instead of Pedro Pascal. I mean,
agreed.
He could probably still do a couple interesting roles.
For sure.
Forward, he
definitely could, especially if they're recasting the entire MCU, which you should.
Yeah. I don't know.
Pattinson actually would have been a great Doom.
Oh yeah, I agree. But like I said, I swear to God, if Doomsday ends and we still are left with like the Fox X-Men cast. I'm
no. So here's what's gonna happen, Sammy. So because the movie following up Doomsday is Secret Wars, and Secret Wars, all the incursions happen. It's after Secret Wars.
When it's
we're gonna get the reset,
that's
whatnot.
right. That's right.
Yeah, because after Secret Wars, it's going to be now the Mutant Saga. That's what we're getting next.
All right.
Yeah.
But, affirmation guy. I mean, I'd put him in like an 8, and this is difficult because again, I agree with Sammy in that Osborn and Goblin are almost separate characters, but we kind of have to work on them together. So I mean, I would say 8 for affirmation. I don't know where you guys are at with it.
I am. I mean, he's very nurturing to Peter.
I was gonna say like I have him at 7, but like in that he's like in that area, like 7.5, 8, like because I do think because of everything that he has and has done and has built, again, like in what he stands for, yeah, he's a bit of a cold.
Well, you don't get where he is without being very self-affirming and like I built this goddamn company from the ground up, like.
Yeah, your name's on the fucking building, like it takes a lot to get to that point. So.
I mean, there's an alternate telling of this movie where he takes Peter under his wing and like they just create like wonderful scientific accomplishments together, right? Like that's really I'm saying like in a perfect like telling of that story. You know what I mean? Unfortunately, things don't work out that way, but it was like it's something you would like to see.
Yeah.
Like he gravitates. It's his son's friend. Like there are redeeming qualities about Norman, which is crazy because like in the comic book there isn't. He's the worst.
I mean, he has the intelligence, he has the success, like he does have a strong capability and like this domination of how to control a business. And regardless of what has happened, Corbo had a comment like that, like he sold his shares, but I mean, like even just like the wherewithal for the guy to be like, okay, like Norman has led us this far, maybe we should kind of table any sort of questions, not in front of this the military here, or it's like maybe we should discuss this and like just agree with Norman, and then you kind of figure out where you're at testing wise, and then but the fact that he gets undermined by his peers is, it's like, I don't blame him for being upset, but even at that point, like, again, justifiable understanding about what happened. Yeah. I do think that he's somewhere in this area of like affirmation. He's kind of like he's not lower because of everything that Norman Osborn has done. Now, obviously the Green Goblin aspect does get a little interesting because
I'd say Green Goblin or not, like the shit that the board pulled with the military and all that, you don't emasculate a guy like that and not have any repercussions.
Right. Yeah, exactly. That's why I said he was kind of justified. It's like, it is really like, it's no different than you're out in public and some other dude you don't know, or maybe even someone that you do know, maybe like your own fucking parents or whatever, tell you how to parent your kid. It's like, all right, motherfucker. There's lines like you don't fucking tell me how to parent my kid in front of a bunch of other people. I will, even if you're right, you don't do it in a fucking public setting.
Right. Yep. You do it. You want to say something, advice, whatever, like you're just 2 cents on the side, like in a text, a private, scenario.
A one-on-one conversation.
Right. One-on-one. That's one thing. But like you're in a group of like, more than a handful of people. You're overstepping big time there. So.
Also, by the way, the general in this movie is also a fucking retard. We saw what the exosuit looks like. How the fuck you gonna choose that bulky ass 1960s Star Trek looking exosuit when motherfucker got a glider and bombs that turn you into skeletons? Yeah. You're supposed to be all like, oh, well, this will make the military stronger. The fuck that exosuit gonna do? It got taken out by one missile.
Yeah, with the glider and the bombs that they're posing, like you could take out a village in 10 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
I fully believe that was just Tony Stark sabotaging Oscorp. Like that had to be.
Yeah.
It would have been like that's the other thing I've wanted so long to see. It's just like, and I hoped, and this was like my own theory, years ago, but it was like were they going to somehow incorporate the new Avengers Tower, or the old Avengers Tower in New York that was being bought out by, like, I thought like Oscorp was going to buy it out. Like Nick Norman
That
was
was
like, I'm
always
buying
that
this.
was like one of the rumors. It was Avengers Tower was either going to be the Oscorp Tower or it was going to be the Baxter Building. That was always the thing. I was always interested to see. There was talks like when Christian Bale first joined the MCU that he was going to be Norman Osborn, and I was like, that would have been interesting casting. Just to have like the American Psycho play like the perfect, like there's a lot of so many missed opportunities in the MCU as far as I'm concerned.
Well, one of the biggest missed out, to be fair, they never knew they'd end up getting the rights to use Spider-Man and whatnot. But like having Robert Downey Jr. be the Iron Patriot when that is Norman Osborn in the comics, it's like fuck, you could have given us like villainous Iron Man as the Iron Patriot with Norman Osborn. Oh, the things we'll never get.
Oh no, remember Leon, that was Rhodey in Iron Man 3.
Oh yeah, Rhodey.
Yeah, Norman. I know, but I was watching. I was like, "That you mean Rhodey Iron? What the fuck?"
That's that key jangling bullshit. Like, oh, we got the Iron Patriot. It was like, no, the fuck you don't.
Yeah, not the one, not the one I grew up reading about. But hey, okay.
Yeah, poor Don
What's her
Cheadle.
name? Yeah, well, yeah, I was going to bring up this this scene here from when he's getting questioned about being out.
He smiles.
Dude, that smile that he has is so well done, dude.
Yeah, it's like right there. He's not. He's in his head. He's like, okay, you guys want Oscorp? I'm starting Norman Corp, and it's gonna put you guys out of business. Okay,
I'm turning the Green Corps. Am I out? Am I? Yeah.
Yeah, he's fantastic.
Now, inspirational
helmet.
Yeah, I do. Oh yeah, Defoe's back and forth. In the mirror scene, or when he's talking the mask on the chair, dude.
The mirror scene, he just like smiles as the Goblin. Yeah, his face.
It's a masterclass.
Oh god, yeah. Like
it's one thing. It makes me jump every single time is when Spider-Man's in the burning building and he's under the shawl pretending to be the woman who's lost in the fire. And he turns around and just punches him. I jump every single time. It's like when they shoot the cat in Boondock Saints.
Yeah, the cat.
Yeah, that's a good one, Sammy. That is definitely some smeagol. Some purple smeagol.
I'm not sure if he caught you guys off guard in the theater. Remember when Norman first wakes up and hears like, "Dad, you okay?" And he goes, "Well, I don't." And then it just show the quick like that when he was Goblin.
Captain Planet, dude.
That scene was crazy.
Did you guys, talking about like the horror in these and whatnot, did you guys see my post about Spider-Man 2 compared to Brand New Day?
Yes.
I don't think so.
Hold on, let me see if I can find it, because I know you will definitely appreciate this, Nick. Let me see where is it.
Spider-Man 2 is probably one of my top 3 favorite superhero movies.
Oh, 100%.
Where is...
While
for a second, Nick.
While Leon's looking that up, I was gonna say for inspiration though, man, like
here it is. Okay,
you can't help. You can't help but love the guy.
I know, like I know he's not the ideal father figure. But hold on, let me.
He's a driven man.
So the original post was this one right here, where it's like Tom Holland said Man Spider was considered for Spider-Man Brand New Day. We explored the nightmare sequence of him waking up as the Man Spider, and very clearly we were like, we do want children to enjoy this movie as well. So I'm like, meanwhile, what real Spider-Man fans saw as kids, and I just posted this whole scene of when Doc Ock is going full murder on these fucking nurses and shit. This was terrifying as a kid.
I saw that in theaters. I was like, this is pure Evil Dead 2 right now.
Yeah.
Like,
okay, I did see that.
You did this with Dashboard Confessional on the soundtrack, kids.
Doesn't get more emo than that.
Yeah, dude, I was at a wedding the other day, and that's what the bride like walked up the aisle to, like, vindicated. And I was like, are we fucking serious? I was like, I'm down, man. But like, wow.
Sammy, I mean, you and Leon will probably appreciate this. So this is probably back. What year is this? This is 2000 and I want to say maybe 2005, I want to say. So, Thrice, who was my favorite band, they were on tour with Dashboard Confessional, and then they were playing in Orlando, and I was living in South Florida at the time, but they played 3 nights in a row at the House of Blues here in Disney Springs. And of course, me and one of my best friends at the time, we saw them all 3 nights. And one of the concerts, I think it was in the second or third show, there was a mosh pit during, I forgot what song it was during Dashboard Confessional. But I was an avid mosh pit guy, and doing all the crazy hardcore moves and shit like that. Sure. The hardcore dancing, and I accidentally gave this chick a fucking bloody nose.
Nice. Yeah,
because I was throwing my fist back and I got pushed, and so my fist just went whack.
Dude, no, Brod's got to realize that, like, I never want to hurt a girl in a mosh pit, but if you're getting in the pit, you are running that risk, and I'm not going to feel guilty. Like,
I can't remember what it was, but it was like it was like a collection of like different ska bands, and there was a pit down there. I was like skanking. I brought my hand up to bring it back down, and when I brought it back down, there was just like a bunch of like hair, and like I just realized that I had ripped out this girl behind me. I was turned around like, my bad, but you can't get too close to 3-peat when he's skanking. You know what I'm saying?
The good old days.
Yeah, Nick, I pulled this scene right here where Dan.
But the inspiration though,
it's awesome.
I'll play in a second, Blue. The inspiration though, like again, like he look what he built. Again, he wasn't the best father. So I won't give him a 10, but I mean it's still pretty high. I mean, like, he's still like even though his wife left him and he took care of Harry, and it's hard to build like everything that he has and to put his life's work in.
Harry turned out better under him than if he'd have gone with the mother.
Right, I was to say, but I think all that aside, he still was like, he tried to give Harry the best, like put you in the best schools, give you whatever you need, like, try to get you to do things, but like, as much as I can give you, you still have to show some effort, Harry, like your friend Peter, right? It's like, I think Norman would have wanted the type of kid that Peter was,
right?
And like would have been like, oh, my son is fine, because he probably would have been more.
He
maybe
loved
even
his
been more
son,
involved.
but he was disappointed in his son.
Right. Exactly.
Well, it's not that I guess it is that it was like, he has these expectations of, because he obviously does have a scientific mind and everything like that. And then you see a kid like Pete where it just makes sense for him and it comes so easy. And then, Harry is not by any means a stupid person, but he's not a genius. Pete's a genius. You know what I mean? So it was like, it's almost whether you question whether it was like, it's not that he loves Pete anymore. It's just you can't help but be impressed if like that's your, if you're a scientist and you see this young buck come along and he's got a brilliant mind, you can't help but appreciate it. I'm sure Harry said, "Oh, you love Pete more than me," and it's like, no, dude, your friend is really, really impressive. Like, it's not like, oh, I like him better than you. It was like, his dying words was concern from his son. It's just like, don't tell Harry, like he knows he was being a shithead, but he also knows how his son regards him and how badly that would affect him. I mean, there's something there, and obviously what Harry goes to, whether it's the idea of his father or what he had in his head or what semblance of a relationship was there, you can't deny that there was a father and son dynamic. It's just Peter is very impressive.
I also think too, like, up until like the very end, like even though he's trying to plea with Peter about saving him, which is also luring him into his death, but thank God for the Spidey sense. Right?
Yeah,
and to have the wherewithal to do a backflip, and then this happens.
Oh.
Don't tell Harry.
That is classic Raimi comedy. Like,
So
that
good,
is
dude.
Raimi at his like. That's
I'm
good.
so glad Leon caught
it
that.
ripped
Like,
right out of the comics too. You
Yeah.
know, like
because it's almost his face, Defoe's face. Oh,
Yeah,
Yeah.
like the zoom up though, just the subtle. It is perfect.
Yeah, it's
perfect.
perfect. I also remember being shocked, like when I saw this in theaters, like how violent like the last fight scene
Bro.
was.
Oh yeah,
Peter gets the shit kicked out of him.
He's torn up, man.
Because I remember my cousins were like 4 and 5 at the time. My aunt was like, I just saw it. She's like, "Do you think it's like appropriate to see? Like it's a superhero movie?" I was like, "I don't know, man. Like that last scene is pretty gnarly. Like I don't."
which is
I mean, like,
what.
When it was announced it was PG-13, as someone who'd always been reading the comments and stuff, I was like, are we gonna hear Spider-Man swearing and stuff? But then you see it. There's a scene when he gets up from the rubble and blood just coming down his mouth. I was like, fuck.
One part I really liked in that final scene too is like he sprays webs to try and like slow Goblin down, and he tears through, and it kind of sounds like he's
like
tearing through wiring.
aluminum foil.
Yeah. Where you're like, hey, it was like you.
But then he starts talking to MJ, web, feet, yank, brick wall down. It's like, fuck.
Yeah.
Like,
Oh yeah,
I love it in
so
these Toby movies because you don't see it often. But when Toby goes like, all right, time to fuck shit up, it is some brutal Spider-Man violence, and I love it.
Yeah, when Toby goes ham, also like the slow motion Gatorade commercial, slow motion punch, like where you just see the spit just come out of like Spider-Man's. Oh, it's. Like
and he's so like sweaty under the mask. You see his hair go stuck to his face.
Oh, it's so awesome. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna put it on again as soon as we're done.
Two of my friends quoting that part. He's like Peter. He's like, yeah, Peter. Now that you really pissed me off.
Yeah,
I'm gonna enjoy Mary Jane. Like, dude.
Yeah, he did not hold back, man.
Hell of a time.
He did not hold back. Were we going to show Chris? Hang on, I'll bring it up here.
It's right here. I think they'll see this part because this is pure in the theater. This is Sam Raimi, like right. He's like, "How have you been all night?" And he goes, "You see the part like right here."
Last night I was.
Look at that.
Yeah.
That scared anything. I was, oh shit! Like, I did not see that coming.
Oh yeah, you get
that. Even his first Goblin transformation, like that. Yeah. These are the times where Raimi's like horror background, like really make this movie so much stronger.
Or when Peter first gets bit by the spider, and he's like kind of just falling off the bed, and you like those quick flashes of like the spider, and it's just like I'm like, dude, this is just so well done. From Sam Raimi, man.
Yeah, which is why before this film came out, there was a certain hype because James Cameron was tied to this film for like 4 or 5 years.
Yeah, he was going to do it with DiCaprio.
Yeah, and then they said Sam Raimi. I'm like, at the time period, 2000, like Sam Raimi, the guy who did Evil Dead, Army of Darkness, like Sam Raimi. And then I was hesitant, and it comes out, and I'm like, oh,
I've always believed he was a better choice than Cameron. It's not even because he's back when Cameron's still good, but even then, like, Cameron doesn't really strike me as a superhero kind of guy.
No.
Yeah.
But I mean, even when you look at like the first couple scenes, like when he's, obviously after the bite and the transformation, there's legit like body horror, like going on where, like he's discovering like his webs and everything. Or, it was like, if anybody else, if a lesser director did that, like, a lot of times, like it's played off as comical where, he shoots the lunch tray back and everything, but like at the whole time, like Peter's like, what the fuck is happening to me? You know what I mean? It was like, if it wasn't done correctly, the scene wouldn't land. And I'd say like to a much I guess more played up for laughs. It was like the scene on the subway train when Andrew Garfield does it, where he beats the shit out of everyone on the subway, but it's almost like accidental. It almost turns into like a Three Stooges bit. Right. I was like, that's you don't really see like the horror that like Tobey Maguire is going through. Like, like there's also the excitement that you wake up with, like you're totally ripped and stuff, but it was like, no, you'd be a little freaked out if you were all of a sudden able to walk up walls and shit. Like
oh, for sure.
What's up? Yeah, I mean, his vision. sir.
Oh, so I give him a 7 for aspiration as well. Which I mean, again, I'm not saying it couldn't be higher, but it's kind of where I was just initially thinking. So again, like thinking about Norman, who is aspiring to achieve a lot, and again, like having a military contract, like you're generating more shares, you're growing your business even further than it already is. You're showing that you made the right decision, like to the board and whatnot. So like, again, father wise could have been better, but maybe if this was a success, that would have created more room for him to actually, maybe be there. Again, it's like a what if moment, but
well, his end game is kind of questionable by the end of the film. You're not really
Right.
sure what he's like going. It was like at first it was like, yeah, I'm keeping my company and we're gonna get this military stuff, and at the end it was just like, well, I can't get anything done unless I beat the shit out of Spider-Man first. So his massive. It's not like any other Spider-Man movie where like Doc Ock clearly had an end game.
Yeah.
The Lizard very much had an end game.
For sure.
Well, remember, Jimmy, too. First, he does try to recruit Peter because he's like, when you're sleeping, I could have killed you in your sleep. He's like, he does try to bring him to his side.
Mm-hmm.
That whole speech on the rooftop,
Yeah, he could have killed him right then and there.
I could squash you like a buck.
But together, think of it. I love like even the effect of the mask where you can like see his eyes and his mouth moving with the teeth of the goblin mask too. It's just kind of a cool, easy practical effect.
I also love that the goblin voice. It was like it's clearly like more of like this hardened New York accent than what Norman has. Like,
oh, he's definitely look at right there. Look at that shit.
Yeah,
and that's fucking epic. Come on, man. It's like, dude.
Imagine you're sleeping and you see that boom in your face.
Well, you said Sammy. It's like the Norman and Goblin have 2 different octaves. The Norman is a lot more high pitched than fucking
2
Goblin.
different Doc octaves, even.
You piece of shit.
Boo this man.
It was a very, very gourd joke there.
No, that was pretty good. Pretty good.
Last but not least,
10s across the board.
Cash money for a picture of Spider-Man. He doesn't want to be famous, and I'll make him infamous.
I don't know if Sammy was memeing, but I actually don't necessarily disagree.
No, I'm dead serious. Even the part when Goblin grabs him and like he saves Peter.
He protects Peter from the Green Goblin. He's like, bro's right here, or at least he was. Right, he could have just outed him right there.
Jameson,
I don't know. He mails stuff in.
It's well. Remember when we were reviewing Superman, a month or so back, and everything that we said about Perry White, it's like we had so much positive to say about him, even though he's such a hard ass. We're gonna apply all that to JJJ here, but like turn to 11.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, because like even though I put down like even though he's trying to frame Spider-Man as a menace in every single time, but even does he even have? Oh, I forget what his actual name is in the movie with the black dude.
Robbie.
Yeah. Robbie. So Robbie's like saying like in a kind of vouching for Spider-Man, right? Like even like
the way he did in the comics as well. Robbie in the comics was like because he's J. Jonah Jameson's like the guy right underneath him, and they were always at odds because Robbie was very pro Spider-Man.
Right. Yeah. He was kind of like, oh my God, why is Spider-Man's suit here in this, box from in a dumpster? But yeah, he vouches against, what Jonah is saying. And, but like for Jonah, like he demands results. Like he runs a very strict business, but like he has this idea of like what success should look like. And he does.
He's in control the whole time too. I love that line. He was like, actually, that's libel. Slander is spoken.
Slander is spoken. I also love like when Betty Brant's like, your wife's online too, whenever she wants to know like the halibut. Whatever one is cheaper. Like,
yeah, it was like,
good answer from a man.
He goes, your wife called. She can't find a checkbook. He goes, it's like, oh, that's a blessing or whatever he says. Like, it's like, yeah, that's a good thing.
He's like, thanks for the good news.
Yeah, thanks for the good news. Yeah.
Yeah, no, like I said, he is just a force of nature in this movie, and like there's not a second wasted on screen.
Well, people know the hidden joke by J.K. Simmons, but he's like, you don't trust anybody. I trust my barber. Like,
yeah.
which is interesting because I get it. But at the same time, you could say, well, it's not the best haircut either. However, man does have a fierce mustache and obviously a nicely, iconic haircut. But, dude, this scene is great.
We sold out 4 printings. Sold out? Every copy. Tomorrow morning, Spider-Man, page 1 with a decent picture this time. Move Conway to page 7.
There's a problem with page 7.
And make it page 8 and give him 10% off. Okay. Make it 5%.
That can't be done.
Get out of here.
and almost like Uncle Ben, JK is only in this film for like what, 6 minutes, like 7 minutes.
Yeah,
he's not in this film a lot, like, but every second he's there, he steals every scene, man.
Yeah, I really would have liked to see if they would have continued making these movies, just because Jonah Jameson would have had a huge part in it. Is like if they would have did the Scorpion properly.
Yeah,
and because like he basically funds what's his face to get in the suit, and like he would have taken a much bigger role. But I absolutely love him in this role.
The only soft spot, well, at least they were smart to bring him back for fucking Tom Holland Spider-Man.
I don't care. I don't care that they didn't put the wig on him or anything. Like he can just encapsulate that role, and making him kind of like an Alex Jones figure kind of works in today's modern.
Yeah, that's I was talking about that with Badgers. Like I actually I don't mind the change because the character of JJ is still the same, just the medium has changed.
Yes. I'll go with that.
Yeah, I mean, because like he is in the post-credit scene for Far From Home, right? When he's like making that announcement, like, which I remember thinking like, oh my God, this is the best thing of the entire movie is this post-credit scene because of J. Jonah Jameson.
That movie sucks.
Yeah. But that's, I mean, not to get offside, into a side topic, but I'm like, but that's one of the things that are missing from the other movies. Like, is this man right here?
Yes.
Because I don't think anyone else can portray this role better than J.K. Simmons.
There's so much about Spider-Man's world that aren't in the Holland movies that are in the Raimi movies.
Yeah, I mean, when I've been saying for years, I wasn't joking when I say that I think this is the best casted character in the history of superhero movies. Like I've been saying that for years. I think that J.K. Simmons, he is a walking, talking cartoon character of J. Jonah Jameson in the realistic world of the Raimi movies. It was such a brilliant choice.
I mean,
listen,
it's hard to argue that. It is.
Yeah. The moment we cover Whiplash.
Oh,
dude, I
brought my
so much.
Not quite my tempo.
Not quite my tempo.
I brought my kid to see the 10th anniversary in theaters, and it's still talk about films that hold up, man. Fucking hell.
When I saw Weird Al a couple months ago, while he's doing costume changes, he usually has like skits and stuff playing on the big screen, and he had Whiplash, the not quite my tempo thing, and so it was like it would cut to J.K. Simmons doing that over and over, and Weird Al just needed to play the accordion faster and faster and faster to the point where obviously J.K. Simmons like whips the fucking stool at Weird Al. It was so good.
That's great, man. But I agree though. I think because of like, even though he has this thing against Spider-Man, but everything else about him though, like it's like you really can't slander him for it, like because of who he is.
Him.
Right? Yeah. It was also pretty base because it's like oh look, my wife lost my checkbook. That's a good thing. Cool. Anyway, because I'm look what I've built. I've built an empire here. So, but I think that one of the best parts is the fact that he protects Peter. Right, like it's like, I don't know. We get some guy from the street sends it in the mail, right?
Yeah,
it's like you're lying. Although when Peter changes into Spider-Man and he shows up, it's like I knew you guys were in cahoots, and it's like, quiet, Jonah, mommy and daddy are talking. Like,
no, it's perfect, and like I said, it is ripped right from the comic. That is something that JJ would totally do. He likes Peter. You know, it was like he doesn't want
in his own
he
weird
just doesn't
way,
want
yeah.
Peter to know it.
Yeah, well, and that's another thing people say about the Raimi films. There's not enough quips and whatnot. But between like, "Hey, mommy and daddy are talking," or he calls Goblin Gobby. In the sequel, he's here's your change when he swings the fucking bag. Like, they don't have as many quips as I would like from a Spider-Man movie, but like Toby Spidey still does quip.
Yeah, and it's done to a point where, I mean, I think we can all agree, like in the MCU, like it has gotten retarded,
out
like,
of hand.
Yeah, definitely, yeah, like just way too many.
Yeah, you know, it was like, well, this is you're still able to add humor and treat the material with the respect it deserves. Like there's something to be said about that, you know. But you know, that is one of my favorite lines in Civil War is where he's like, I don't know if you've ever been in a fight before, but there usually isn't that much talking.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
I know Nick before Leon's gonna head out soon, but like the other films, but like you guys remember when Mary Jane leaves his fucking husband, what's his wife say? He's like, okay, cancel the caterers.
Yeah. Hey man's just trying to be
frugal,
be smart with his money.
Yeah, so you don't stay rich if you just be throwing out money. Like
I bust out laughing.
I'm definitely gonna watch Spider-Man 2 after this.
Yeah. So am I. I'm gonna fall asleep watching it for sure.
Yeah. But I mean that pretty much wraps up all the characters that we've really talked about. So I know Vex already kind of gave her overall rating. She gave an 8 if I remember correctly. And then Sammy, or actually no, Leon, since you got to dip out. Well, what would you rate this?
I actually was very happy that Vex went with 8 because that was going to be my rating as well, and it's still my rating. I think that the thing about this movie is that all three of these movies work together as a cohesive trilogy. Say what you want about the third movie as a movie on its own, they are still a cohesive trilogy. This movie can't be a 10 because we do see more masculine growth in the sequels. Yes, even Spider-Man 3 has a lot of good masculinity to it. Sandman as the father that needs to steal to provide for his daughter's cancer treatment, all that stuff. So I can't give this movie higher than an 8, knowing that both of the sequels do actually improve on the already very well displayed masculinity we see in the first one.
Yeah, very well said, man. And I agree, and that's something that like I would love to talk about Spider-Man 2 at some point again. Maybe
I can't fucking wait.
Just because after rewatching it, I'm like, man, this film is so bloody good.
It's so good.
I mean, and so is this one. So I mean, and I agree. Like, and I'm glad Vex gave it an 8 too, because I was kind of wondering because I know.
Yeah, same as somebody who isn't familiar with the source material, also doesn't particularly like comic book movies. I mean, yeah, I was surprised for her high rating. I was like, good job, Vex.
Yeah, I was like, okay, you're you're not going to be banned from the channel from now on. Okay, that's fine. No, back to the pits of the kitchen for you. But I appreciate that, man. I know you're going to dip out. So what's next for you this week?
Videos and streams nearly every day. Me and Sammy have our conspiracy theory show tomorrow. Tinfoil Haters. Got to find out what we're covering. And then beyond that, it's been a crazy last week. So I can't wait to get back to a normal schedule today, but it's going to be awesome. I will see you guys on the flip flop. And homie, thank you so much for having me. Can't wait to see.
Appreciate you.
Hey Leon, I'd be down to finish that. What do you call it?
The analog horror. The only question is like Cindy will be completely fucking lost because she wasn't there for this past week.
That's true.
So but I may rope you back in on a Saturday when I usually do analog horror nights, and we'll finish that up because I do want to finish that. So
yeah, me too, man.
See y'all on the flip flop. Deuces, crew.
Hey,
Leon. Sammy, what about you? What do you want to rate this?
Yeah, I would give this like an 8.5. I'll probably go with a solid 8 because, like I said, I do think Pete's journey gets a little bit more fleshed out in 2 and 3. But this is a great starting point. And I mean, it was like when we're looking at masculinity, it was like care about other people, be responsible. What better lessons can you teach a young man?
Right. Yep. No, I agree. And that's kind of like where we're at too, right? So, yeah. Blue, what you think?
Yeah, I hate to say it's cliche, but just go with everybody on the panel. Like, because Nick, the point of doing Masculine Monday is that some of our films could be a 1 out of 10, but a 10 out of 10 masculine film. Some films could be a 10 out of 10, but a 1 masculine film. This is a great Spider-Man film. Doesn't mean it's a 10 out of 10 masculine film. So yeah, I agree with the whole panel that I'm fine with a good 8, and because we try to focus on the singular film, but of course, comics get involved in sequels and prequels and whatever spin-offs. But like the main focus is Spider-Man, not part 2, part 3. This is just this film. So as this film, yeah, I'd say a solid 8, and I'm great with that. That later on sequels may tackle masculinity better. But again, and also like, as Gorkin would say, just because something's an 8 out of 10 doesn't mean it's bad. No one here said it's a bad fucking film.
No.
To call something an 80% 8 out of 10, that's a pretty high fucking rating. Not everything we do, Nick, every week has got nothing. It should always be 10 out of 10. I'm totally fine with Sammy and Vex and Leon 8 out of 10. That's again. Also, I've watched this film fucking 100 times. I'll probably watch it 100 more times next 10
I think
years.
the only 10 out of 10 I ever gave on this show was The Patriot.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of what else we've given 10 out of 10s on.
Plus, it depends
this
on
year.
it depends on the panelists too. I mean, like to me, like Commando and T2 is 10 out of 10. Good one would say like T2 is like a 2 because it's a kids movie, but like it depends on who you ask, man.
I listen. I cannot wait until that gets discussed.
What T2?
T2,
which is
gonna be hilarious.
I will take my kid this month to see that because James Cameron's putting it back out in theaters this month.
Oh, I'll go see that for sure.
My kid's never seen it. I've not seen T2
I go see it in theaters
since I was 10 in theaters. Like I'm definitely going this month.
I'm a huge advocate of just going to experience whatever you can in theaters. You know, it's just
especially if it's a movie like you didn't get to see in theaters that like came out. Maybe you were too young or not born yet. I don't know.
To you and Nick, like my lifetime. I'm turning 45 in 2 days. Back in February, seeing Ben-Hur. My lifetime, I've always wanted to see Ben-Hur one time in theaters, and they actually had the intermission in the fucking theater. It was the best theater experience I've had in a fucking decade. Just seeing Ben-Hur for the first time, man. It was fantastic.
Yeah, and there's certain things where. Like you guys know how much I love Batman 89. I was able to see that in theaters a couple months ago, and there's certain things that I realized that even though I've seen this movie like a million times, like certain things just land better or transition better just on that big screen. Like you can't replicate doesn't matter how great of a home theater you have. There's just something
as
about
much
seeing
as
it in
the special
movie theater.
editions are very fucking flawed. But like when I was a kid, we grew up with TVs.
Oh yeah,
4:3, and me and my sister, special editions got problems. But when Luke fucking fights Vader, Empire Strikes Back, when I was 17, seeing this in a theater for the first fucking time, I was like, you know what? Oh, here we go.
Yeah. Come
on, man.
Most impressive.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I loved this film. It was such a fun movie to watch again. I hadn't watched in a while, but I think again, I was planning to set this up this way because of Brand New Day coming out. So, and just realizing the differences about it, and if people liked Brand New Day, again, I didn't think it was a bad film. I just don't think it reaches this level of a superhero film, and especially a Spider-Man film in particular. But for the masculinity aspect of this film, I had an 8 out of 10 written down as well, just because, and it's nothing against like Harry or maybe some of like the variations of how we could rate Norman Osborn. But I think because of where Peter is in this first movie, right, and where he goes into the other movies with the sequels, and that's kind of one of those things where you see where they are now, and he's not going to be full blown masculine, 10s all the way down, because he's still learning how to grow. He's still young, right? He's not. This is 30-year-old Peter Parker here, and he's been through so much of his life, and so many moments and battles, or just having to deal with friends and your leftover family, right? Which is obviously one of the things that was great about the comics, which I forget what issue it was. It was maybe back maybe a decade ago. Like Sammy, you might remember this, but it was when I have it in one of my half boxes, but There's the issue that J. Jonah Jameson sees. Peter goes to Jonah and reveals that he is Spider-Man.
Yeah. I can't remember.
I want to say it was like about a decade ago at this point.
I do remember that because that was during the Civil War era.
Well, no, Civil War era. Peter just comes flat out and does a press conference and tells them.
I think that
this was
like
different.
Yeah, I would say that was like in like 2003. I can't remember the premise or why. I think I actually have that issue too.
It's actually 2017.
That's what I'm saying. I think it was a decade ago because I remember like I had stopped collecting comics for a while and I got back into it around like 2015 again. I kind of but Marvel was just going real weird with shit. Like guess what, guys? Bobby Drake's gay now. And I'm like,
yeah, it's
the
actually
Hulk is Chinese.
Yeah, I'm like
Peter Parker, this Spectacular Spider-Man number 6, 2017.
I'm pretty sure that was.
I don't know what I'm thinking of then.
But that had to go.
No, I'm thinking of the Doc Ock issue where Spider-Man is sick and he unmasks. Which would not be in 2003. That would be.
I forget what the premise was of why Peter went to Jameson to reveal his identity.
I'm looking up right here. It just says the setup is Peter decides to finally tell JJ the truth and attempt to clear the air and heal the toxic dynamic between them. And of course, the aftermath is Jonah struggles to reconcile the menace he has lambasted in the Daily Bugle for years. Okay.
There was a reason, like I forget if he was being hunted. There was something that was ongoing. Now I want to go back on my and pull out those old issues.
Well, I mean, if we know their interactions, it's got to be to save JJ.
There was some because I think I want to say there was something that he only could trust going to JJ about it, which was odd. But after all this time, like God, I'm blank. But yeah, again, I remember it being about a decade ago. So, because that was when like there was like the X-Men Gold, X-Men Blue, different runs, and there was the Vader series that Marvel had, whatever. But
which actually might have been the best Star Wars thing that Disney ever did.
100%.
It's during now. The three of us talk about time frames, man. It's midnight, man. But so Civil War now is 2006. So Civil War now in comics is 20 fucking years old.
Yeah, I know, that's crazy. Marvel Zombies is probably like 20 years old. You know,
yeah, I think so.
All these things. Like I said, I bought the other day. I know this isn't Marvel, but I bought like the Blackest Night 10th anniversary omnibus, and I was like, holy shit, you know. And even that was probably like a 4 or 5 year old book. You know, it was like all these things when there were certain lines where you know, I don't remember all the bullshit, but I remember very specific arts and Jeff Johns' run on Green Lantern. Like I just remember just being blown away, and stuff like Civil War, which was such a disappointment because in the movies, because like even though it's probably one of my favorite Marvel movies, like when you read the comics, it was on such a grand scale that even if they had 30 years to make movies,
we understand, Sammy, considering they only had one film to tell a story. They had to condense like 75 issues into one.
Well, it was against 12 guys. Like in the comics, it's like hundreds on hundreds. Like you can't replicate that. But and not even saying that's a good idea. Wouldn't even been a good movie. You would have to do like 7 movies in order to cover what happened.
But for many people, they consider that Civil War to be the best MCU film.
Oh yeah, I'm always. I always kind of like drift between that and Winter Soldier. But yeah, dude, there's something about like when Tony looks at Cap and it's just like, I don't care. He killed my mom.
Yeah.
And, you know, it was just like,
it's such a great scene, yeah, because he's like, it's like,
well, and they built it up correctly both ways, right? Like you understand both standpoints, and it was like, obviously I side with Cap on the Accords, but like I totally understand, like, you know, if your buddy's like siding with his friend even though they got a history, and it turns out like he's like a brainwashed assassin and he just killed like the president or the king of this African nation, was like, dude, like, I'm sorry, man, I know like you trust your buddy, but like he's fucking a lot of shit up. Which
there's a huge chunk about
talk.
A huge chunk of males out there where it's like, hey, listen, someone killed my mom. Okay, he's brainwashed. At the moment I find out, I don't care if he's brainwashed.
Yeah,
I don't want to hear the reason. You killed my mother's son. I'm taking you out.
Yeah,
and later on, Tony did understand the fact that he fucked up. But in that moment, he didn't care, and that's why it's such a good film for.
Yeah,
because I'm the same way. Like, it's a moral question. Like, if I met a person, Sammy, in jail, like he was drunk driving. He killed somebody, and he spent 10 years regretting it every single day of his life.
I'm sure.
But the person's family didn't give a shit. It's like the person's family is like, I don't care how sorry you are. You ran over my 25-year-old son, husband, wife, or father, whatever. I don't care how sorry you are. You made a mistake, but still, somebody lost their life. I don't care how sorry you are.
Yeah, no, I can't remember how someone put it to me one time. It was like, doesn't matter how much you throw it in the laundry, some shit just don't get clean. And
that's right.
Yeah.
You know.
The reason the premise of that in the spectacular Spider-Man run was because Peter finds that apparently he has a sister, Teresa Durand, who was a rogue former SHIELD agent, and she was claiming to be Peter's long lost sister, but she's on the run from SHIELD in like a black market organization. So he's like trying to find the trails, and meanwhile Jonah is no longer the editor-in-chief of the Daily Bugle. He got fired and was forced out of public office as the former mayor of NYC. So he's operating as an independent conspiracy style blogger. But I'll share what happens. I'll share what happens because like, hang on, let me share my screen. Hold on one second.
And of course, with comic runs, there are so many comic runs. It's getting hard to keep up with shit.
Yeah. Hold on. Where is it?
And plus, said Civil War. There's different versions of Civil War. There's Spider-Man's point of view, X-Men's point of view, Iron Man's point of view, Cap's point of view. It's like, okay, Civil War. Whose point of view are you looking from? It was it's a massive comic scale.
So his wife, Alistar Smythe, killed his wife.
Mm-hmm.
It says you say you do this to save people, but you couldn't save my wife, my Marla. Alistar Smythe, the man who killed her, did it because of me, and I live with that every day. But she came back, a miracle, a clone, and I lost her all over again. You say that you do this to save people, but you don't. People still die, don't they? I know I'm not supposed to hate anymore. It's killing me, but it's all I've got now. All I've got is you to prove it hasn't been all for nothing, to hold you accountable. And then it goes into, my father is dead. My daughter is dead. The Bugle, the only thing that it's worth a damn is in this world, has rejected me. My wife is dead. My wife is dead. Jonah, please. Interview's over. I've got nothing. My life now. You win. Jonah, I get out. I get out, please. I'm tired of this game. It's gone it's gone on too long. And your family, you think nobody cares about you, but I do. I care. You think you're alone. And you just obviously say, Masses, you're not. And that's kind of what gets shared here. So, but I guess the premise is that he does talk more about the fact that Peter has cared about Jonah this entire time, even though like because he's seen who he is as a person, even though he's hated his guts for years, right? Which
Oh
is kind
yeah,
of
that
interesting.
was one of the best dynamics. It
Yeah.
was like he loves Peter. He's like he inexplicably hates Spider-Man. But yeah, I would have loved like in the next panel, Jonah goes, "I knew it," and then he.
Yeah, I that's why I want to I need to go back and read those ones because I'm pretty sure I collected majority of them on the rerun. I think that was one of the last comic runs I was collecting.
I stopped after I always forget his fucking name. Mary Jane's boyfriend, who they just finally killed off, is
hate to promote more Marvel Unlimited, but I do sometimes. Like I read the entire Red She-Hulk saga and the Starship Hulk saga on Marvel Unlimited. Like, hey, it's like I'll get a free trial and just read fucking I did like Starship Hulk. It was pretty badass.
I usually just buy like collected editions now. I just bought Immortal Hulk omnibus and
Immortal Hulk's good run.
Oh yeah, dude,
Nice.
it's by far one of my biggest ones. But yeah, I mean, it's they take it into a bunch of different directions. But Leon was talking about Superior Spider-Man. Like I bought that a little while back. I was like that. There's times where these things, these characters have been around so long. There's certain runs they wax and wane, but they're sometimes you'll get a really awesome run like that, and they stick with you. Then I'm sure there's going to be a point in time where I'm like, holy shit, that's 20 years old. Like it's nuts.
Well, it's one thing, Sammy, I mean, because we discussed this on your channel with Batman 89, but Goodwin said this, that we're hitting a point now in 2026 when a character came out in 1970, when characters are 50, 60, 70, Superman is now 100 some odd fucking years old. It's like, okay, my version of Superman, okay, which version? The 30s, the 50s, the 80s, the 90s, and like we are hitting that point because for a lot of kids out there, my son's 19. It's like, okay, I'm like, hey, I like Spider-Man, okay? I like Spider-Man for the 80s and 90s. My kid is reading Spider-Man from the 2000s to 2010s. And of course, if I get grandkids one day, my grandkids will read Spider-Man from the 2030s, 2040s. So like we're hitting that fucking era because people say like, well, it's my Superman, my Batman. Like Goodwin would say, when Batman first came out, Batman had two guns and was murking motherfuckers. Some versions he doesn't kill, some versions he does kill. Which version of Batman do you want to discuss?
Yeah, he's literally like noosing people from the bat plane in like the original run.
And how many kids? My son.
All I know is I just feel bad for anyone who the Cape Crusader on Amazon is their first interaction because that was terrible.
Yeah.
I mean, Sammy covered the Fleischer cartoons. Some of us remember faster than a speeding bullet, could leap tall buildings. But more powerful than a locomotive for a generation. Now
he couldn't fly until those cartoons.
And we told Nick about this. Now there's some version of Superman. Superman flies into the fucking sun, and now it's because Superman 2 trillion, and he can he can create galaxies by sneezing. Like. Wait,
that's Silver Age Superman, and then you're talking about Superman 1 million, where he just like hangs out in the sun. He's like solid gold when he gets out, and was like, he's basically like a god.
And now Sammy's reading Immortal Hulk. Now Immortal Hulk, this one issue where Hulk is like, now he's like what, hundreds of thousands of years in the future, where now Hulk is like cosmic Hulk, where he doesn't die and like he outlives the universe. Like, wait, what?
They tried to explain that the Hulk gets stronger as he gets angrier because there's like the entity in DC, and that's like the god of the entire universe, right? But there's the one above all in Marvel, and then there's the one below all, and they're saying that the Hulk's strength and anger is actually like he is the representation of the wrath of the one below all. And you're like, oh, that actually kind of tracks why like no one can really beat the Hulk, is because like he is the avatar of the devil's anger.
Yeah, one of the runs that I'm trying to go back and find issues for was from Jason Aaron's Thor saga. When Thor becomes Phoenix King Thor. which I don't know how I didn't know about it, but I was like reading some issues online, and I was just like, how did I not know about this one? Like, this is like one of the best runs of Thor, I think, that I've heard.
Oh yeah, well, I have the first collection of that, and like when you think about how it starts, so like he died before Civil War, and then he comes back, and in the beginning of Jason Aaron's run, he's basically rebuilding Asgard, and like all of these, he's finding like different, he's finding all of the major characters in Asgard like on Earth, but like because Ragnarok had not actual Ragnarok, not the clone from Civil War, had happened, they kind of just like went into hiding.
Interjects.
And he's finding them one by one, but yeah, to get all the way to like Phoenix, Thor, and like it's a wild ride. But one of the things I love the most is he's talking to the ghost of Captain America in there, but and then the next thing he does is he beats the shit out of Tony Stark for what he did in Civil War. And like if you haven't read that issue, it is great, because there's a part in Civil War where Tony Stark, to try and end the Civil War, one of the game changers would be if Thor came back. So they made kind of like a cyborg clone of Thor, and it ends up going awry, and it kills a couple of characters. And then when Thor comes back, so like Tony's like, Thor, good to see you, and he beats the armor right off of him, and he was just like going like, I don't know what you were thinking. He doesn't kill him, but he comes damn close, and Tony's just kind of like laying there with his armor just like shattered, and then you just kind of like realize like, and it's all in the same run that you were talking about. Like, it's like it's
like
a great run.
You said Civil War, Sammy, because I was telling Nick that in group chat, like when I was reading Civil War in prison, like, it's Peter versus Cap. Like, Peter is a badass, he's strong. Don't sleep on Cap, where Cap beat the ever living fucking shit out of Peter. And Cap is like, I mean, is like Peter's exact quote was like, he's forgot more by hand-to-hand combat than I will ever know. When Cap punched Peter once, and Peter's Spider-Man, he's like, I can't feel anything from the fucking waist down. And Cap threw the fucking shield. He's like, oh, you missed. No, I didn't. And the fucking shield smacked Peter in the back of the head, and Cap beat the fucking brakes off fucking Peter, who's Spider-Man. Like, Captain America,
he's a tactical genius. You know what I mean?
Right, man. Like, Cap in the comics, as good as he is, as Chris Evans is in the fucking movies, in the comics, there's a reason Captain America leads the Avengers, a human. There's a reason for that, son. Like,
for sure. Like, I was reading just reading more about Phoenix King Thor, because like, again, like I knew a lot about and read about, like, and I have a couple issues from Rune King Thor, like when he fights Gore the God Butcher and everything like that. Like that, which is what I wanted to see in the movie. Again, Taika
I was
Waititi
expecting
sucks.
it.
Like he did not do anything of the sorts. But one of the things that I was reading about is that this version of Phoenix King Thor, and what he has to actually do to get to that point where he has to fight what is it, the Phoenix version of Wolverine, right? And then Wolverine gives the Phoenix Force to Thor. But
because there was a point in time in the X-Men where like the Phoenix Force like literally inhabited all of them.
Remember Cyclops Phoenix Force?
Cyclops went all crazy.
He kills Professor X, doesn't he?
He kills. Yep. And I think one of the most craziest things about because I always thought that Rune King Thor was the top tier of Thor.
Well,
but
that's usually
until I read about Phoenix King Thor, and I was like, oh, what's this? And then the fact that, like, so for people out there, Phoenix King Thor had the powers of Starbrand, Iron Fist, Sorcerer Supreme, Spirit of Vengeance, and Phoenix, and then was fighting
There you go.
And he had Mjolnir that was infused with the Phoenix Force, and he was fighting Final Doom. Now I was like, oh, what is Final Doom? Well, Final Doom was eventually the most. Marvel said like this is like the most powerful iteration of any character.
Yeah, God King Doom.
Yeah, and then their Marvel's actual solicitation was more powerful than anything that has ever lived.
Yeah, it was like Phoenix Thor could walk up to Thanos with the Infinity Gauntlet and just like pluck it off of him.
Yeah,
like it's not even close.
And so the idea, or I guess in the comics, so they fought for endlessly. Thor in Final Doom fought for almost 100 years straight until Thor finally won. I'm like, that just doesn't add up. Like it is crazy to think that that's how powerful Thor actually was. Like if you go, this is the ultimate bad guy right here, right? Doom, the ultimate bad guy, more powerful than anything that has ever lived. Okay, that sounds like it's undefeatable until you have. I think it is one of the best versions of like the unstoppable force from the unmovable object, right? Yeah. And it's like after almost 100 years of fighting, every single day, every single minute, you finally have a victor. Crazy. And I'm like, I'd love to see something just closer to that in the movies, but no.
The problem is with a lot of it is the power scaling in the MCU has just gone completely insane. Like you could have had Thanos be an Avengers level threat.
There's room
before it's so dope.
That shit.
Like,
so damn.
And here's my. And this is, I'll say this is my hope. Again, I'm this is probably gonna fall on deaf ears for anyone in the Hollywood realm, but like I know we've all seen the trailer of when Doom just stops like Stormbreaker with like his fingers, right?
Mm-hmm.
And now I know there's another scene where Thor's in like the forest asking for the Odin Force, the all Father, right? Yeah. I don't know if that scene will take place before or after the fight with Doom, but I don't really know what they're going to do with Thor going into Secret Wars. I really don't.
No, and also I'm kind of waiting for. I mean, Stormbreaker is Beta Ray Bill's.
Right.
It was
and that's my other thing. I was like, are we ever going to see Beta Ray Bill? Because for as long as he still has Stormbreaker, like I get Secret Wars could bring back Mjolnir to him, and then it kind of leaves the door open for Beta Ray Bill, which I'd love to see, but I don't think they've got that cooking.
No, they
at all.
They don't. But that's the thing is they and I know I've talked about this with you guys. Like they brought so many Thanos-centric themes into the MCU after killing off Thanos that it's absolutely like I don't know what they're going to do.
At one point, didn't Josh Brolin say at some point you're going to see Thanos again?
Oh,
which would be in Secret Wars.
You would have you would have to at this point.
He's gonna come back in Secret Wars just to get yeeted by God Emperor Doom.
Yeah, I mean, which they have that scene in the comics where Thanos approaches him and says something like literally God King Doom like rips out his spine and he's like, "Wow!"
He pulls like a scorpion like fatality. Like
it was just like in a panel, like it wasn't even a battle. It was just donezo immediately.
He's like, I am the Mad Titan Thanos. He's like, cool.
Yeah.
You can probably find it real quick.
Like Thanos, base Thanos, like I said, is it should be. I mean, in his original kind of iterations, like sometimes like he would fight Iron Man and then get away on the Thanos copter, and like that was just a product of the time. Like we're talking about like what we know now about the character Thanos, what they could have did. You literally could have had an Avengers movie where they just fight base Thanos, and then still build up the Infinity Gauntlet after you've introduced more characters, because the Infinity Gauntlet it was a way bigger to scale thing than what we got in Infinity War and Endgame. Yeah, oh my god. Oh my god.
And do you have the Infinity Gauntlet now? I do not yet. I remain Thanos, the great tyrant, and for you that will be enough. That appears untrue. Just, I mean,
like,
you understand that I don't care what happens. Is if we get this scene, I will lose my shit.
Yeah,
because that might be the best part of the entire movie.
Though.
Maybe,
I mean,
but
look how thick Thanos' spine is. Like,
Bro.
it's just
like, I mean,
yeah,
is...
I will be shaking the person next to me like,
I have to make sure my like Austin Samuel's like next to me. I'm going to like deck his arms so hard in the theater.
Yeah, no, like unfortunately, it's gonna be my wife. She's like, "Why are you holding my hand so tight?" I was like, "Shut up."
Yeah, you broke the damn seat.
Well,
I don't care.
Too, it's like in terms of because there's comics in the MCU. So because MCU had 25 films to build up the Thanos, right? So okay, now we get Doctor Doom, Robert Downey, for like what 1 or 2 films because Doomsday into Secret Wars. But he said right now they're building the Mutant Saga. Okay, if we're building the Mutant Saga, so now who's the new big bad for the new iteration? Because like I only see Doomsday because this is Patrick Stewart. It's on record. Patrick Stewart is now retired. This is his official last role ever as acting. So like, you know, Patrick Stewart, Ian McKellen, James Marsden is Cyclops. Like the whole this is it. We're not going to see like, you know, what was it Rebecca Romijn is Mystique. Alan Cummings is Nightcrawler. After this, now we're going to get a whole brand new cast of X-Men and Thor. Like Hemsworth. He's in great shape, Nick. Yeah, like no doubt. But like, does Marvel want to keep a 50-year-old Hemsworth or cast a new 25-year-old version of Thor? I mean, we don't fucking know. Like, but like, what's their?
It doesn't matter with him as long as, like even when his face starts to show age, just beard him up. Like, you know what I mean? It was like,
well, for us, Sammy, yes, but except, but now that okay, so the first basic saga was building the Thanos. Now we have Doctor Doom. Okay, once they killed Doom, or whatever, right? Now it's the mutant saga. So who's the new big bad?
I'm positive once they defeat this Doom, they're gonna be like, well, if that was the Doom in that universe, who's the Doom in ours? And you know, like,
let's kill him.
Yeah, or you know, then he's just been hiding in the shadows the whole time, which is kind of ridiculous when you realize that he's the despot of an entire fucking country. But you know, there's plenty of things that they can do. But like I said, a hard recast not only would be great, just like I said, the budget on these actors alone is absurd. Like, you know, it was like you need to get some fresh blood in there just to start stabilizing these. Like, one of the reasons these movies are so goddamn expensive, it was like you're giving Robert Downey Jr. $90 million,
$100 million,
you know, like,
crazy.
Yeah, I was like, I'm sorry, man. It's time to cast another motherfucker with a goatee. I don't know what to tell you.
I'm sure you could have gotten Cillian Murphy for far less as Doom. You know,
my god! And
it's like a brand new brand. Obviously, brand new is going to make money, right? So, okay, December Doomsday comes out. Say even Avengers Doomsday does $2 billion, which it won't do. Even if it does $2 billion, it's still not even breaking even. Because they spent like what $600 million on this fucking movie, and that's just production. Not to mention the marketing. Like Doomsday's got to make like $4 billion to fucking like to make a profit.
It's not even going to get close.
It's gonna get the longest.
It'll break $1 billion
theatrical runtime.
Sure. Oh, 100%, Sammy. I billions easily. I guarantee fucking I will bet my house on it makes less than Brand New Day.
Yeah, and honestly, that right there, Soul Assassin is like makes me wonder too about what the, you know, I think it's the next 2 movies that they do for Spider-Man could be good, right? And could make another $1 billion plus.
Keep in mind he's getting paid by Marvel and Sony. So like
right.
he's making bank on those, and he should. You know, I was like, out of everything going on, he you know, you can like these movies, hate them, not like Tom Holland is one of the shining stars in the MCU. He's the only thing giving it any sort of credibility.
Like Sammy said,
did I think it was a great Spider-Man movie?
Yeah.
You know what? It was a fun 2 hours. Whether, you know, did it have problems? I enjoyed it. I didn't leave the theater going, "Oh, that sucked." It definitely didn't leave the theaters like I left the theaters watching the fucking Inhumans or the Eternals, you know, just going like, "Holy shit, what happened?"
Similarly, like you said, I love. Everyone loves Downey. We love Tony Stark. I love Downey's Tony Stark. Does one person like Robert Downey's made like what 500-600 million just off Tony Stark? Did you really need 100 million extra to play Doctor Doom? I mean, I'm just it hit a certain point somewhere. It's like your net worth is how much? Like Marvel gave you 100 million to come back as Doctor Doom,
and also the
why
the weird steps you're gonna have to take to justify why Doctor Doom looks like Tony Stark, and you know, like it's just gonna raise more questions than it answers. It's just it's a bad deal. Like I said, the only way the MCU is gonna survive after Secret Wars is if we get a hard cut and we get an all new, all different cast, all these people. And I'm okay if they cast Daniel Radcliffe as Wolverine, you know.
But Nick, I think the whole premise of the entire stream is that like this is 2026. Spider-Man came out in 2001. Brand new day, yes, brand new day. No one's going to argue. I would again. It's going to do $2 billion. I'll bet the farm on that. But like, you know what? Will anybody be streaming Brand New Day in 20 years from now? I highly fucking doubt it. I'm sorry.
No, I out of all of them, like Homecoming had the most charm, and that was you know, but it is, as far as it all, it wasn't a fully realized Spider-Man like everyone always said. It's like Iron Man Jr. and you know, and it was like, oh, high school, and hey, we, you know, was, you know, really cool music, and you know, like it wasn't Spider-Man. We don't have a lot of these things. We don't live in like Spider-Man's world. It feels like this very sterile version of New York.
I mean, and the whole reason is like we're talking about Spider-Man, you know, Tobey Maguire Spider-Man 25 years later, right? It's a tight fucking script, great characters versus Brand New Day. Hey guys, Hulk, my name is Peter. I'm your friend. You know, Bruce Banner, Hulk doesn't know. Jean Grey's a psychopath. Yelena's
I really hated that. I was like, and to show the like the first of the new squad and just have her be like a fucking sociopath. Not great.
That's the whole thing, Nick. It's like Spider-Man, Tobey Maguire, the first one. This script is so tight, great memorable characters. Like I said, we got Jonah Jameson, we have Harry Osborn, as much as Kirsten Dunst could be whatever, Mary Jane. It's like, but versus Brand New Day's got like Yelena.
But they were it was in contract agreements. I think it was either in Spider-Man 2, and I believe we end up seeing Thomas Jane's Punisher in the background.
Oh, really?
In one of the movies, but so. There were contract disputes, but they were trying like hell to get Hugh Jackman's Wolverine into one of Tobey Maguire's movies, and they just couldn't get it done. For some reason, Columbia does not play as well with Marvel like Sony does.
Well, we've already seen leaks. I've seen yesterday the official picture. They showed Toby wearing the bullshit pajamas. Toby was taking a pose with Ryan Reynolds and Hugh Jackman. Hey guys. Yeah. So definitely we're gonna see Toby again. Don't worry.
Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure we'll see. I'm sure we'll see Andrew Garfield again. You know, it was like that's another problem with all this multi-dimensional bullshit. Like I'm very much looking forward to just like bringing this back to the status quo. And like I remember just like seeing like the first episode of Loki where like they have a drawer and it's filled with like infinity stones and everything.
God, that was so bad.
I was like, you just shitting on this real quick? Is that what you're doing?
Well, I was like, it totally just takes the stakes away, and like Tony's like sacrifice, and it was just, it's absurd. But also,
we'll say drinking on Disney Plus. watch Jeremy Renner's 1 hour special because that man's a fucking legend. The fact that a tractor trailer ran over Jeremy Renner and he came back. He's more powerful than ever.
Yeah. He also just seems like if I had to hang out with like one of the like Avengers actors in real life, like he seemed like he'd be like kind of like the coolest one to hang out with. Like
he does.
I just saw that movie where the guys are like playing tag their whole life, and it was like Jeremy Renner just seems like a fun hang.
Well, Sammy, during tag, he broke both his arms because that one scene with the chairs. I watched tag; that was hilarious. He actually fell off that fucking chairs. He broke both his arms. He does his own stunts.
Yeah,
like that's hardcore, man.
I've been meaning to watch that show he's in where he's the mayor of whatever.
Dude, Mayor of Kingstown.
Dude, yeah, I've been wanting to watch it.
It is dark, bro. But he's great in it. Like it's, I think he's a good actor, like overall, right? But I think like for his character as Hawkeye, like I know he just shoots a bow and arrow, right? Like, and
he even calls that out.
Yeah, in Age of Ultron, he's like, I'm here, I have a bow and arrow, like, and you have talking to Wanda, right?
Yeah,
and
I can attest to somebody. I didn't go. I've been in New York prisons, but I haven't been to Detroit prisons. But someone who's been to prisons, Mayor of Kingstown Taylor Sheridan is a fucking writing genius. Like they get so much right, it's disturbing. But Jeremy Renner owns that fucking role. And one more season, and they're doing 4 seasons, and the show's done officially. That's it. But 4 tight seasons, and we're gonna. That's it. It's like they're not canceling it. They're just like, we have no more story to tell. So I prefer to tell a story versus it get canceled.
Yeah, I think that's always a smart idea when people know like when to end a show. Like you don't always have to jump the shark. You can just end the show and just.
I can tell you, Sammy, firsthand. I watched all 3 seasons of Mayor of Kingstown, and once you start watching it, like it is so easy to get lost in like 10 hours like that. Like it's fucking Jeremy Renner.
It's a good show to binge.
Yeah, it definitely is.
Paramount Plus. All right, cool.
Yes.
Yep.
Which I started watching Nick from Masculine, like Lioness with Zoe Saldana. But again, Taylor Sheridan.
3 just started.
I watched the first 5 today, and boy, again, Taylor Sheridan. He knows how to write. He knows how to write female characters because
he does.
Lioness.
I know. I got one more thing to add, and then I got to bounce. But I saw this thing on Twitter the other day, and they showed a picture of Gamora, and then they showed like Zoe Saldana just took like this awesome like bikini shot, and they're like, "Can you believe that they were hiding this under all this green makeup?" And I was like, "Dude, you couldn't tell that Zoe was hot because they painted her green,
right?
Like, what are we doing?"
You probably see same as fucking Zoe Saldana is
smoke show for
she's the highest years. She's the highest grossing actress of all time.
Is she really?
Yeah, because of Avatar.
Yeah.
She went from Avatar to Guardians of the Galaxy.
I mean, yeah, she's her agent is a smart one, that's for sure.
Well, and even in like a lot of stuff that she's always dependable on the shit that she's in. She's a good actress. Like,
oh yeah, I even like that movie. Bad. I liked her film Colombiana. I thought that was pretty good.
Oh yeah. But gentlemen, I have to take off.
Sammy. Yeah, man. Thanks for being here, brother. Appreciate you joining.
Absolutely.
And
when's Cavecast coming back
soon?
Yeah,
going on?
Yeah, Cavecast and in other news, everything's kind of on hold. The band's in the studio right now. We're working on our album. It's called All She Wrote, and we're hoping to have it out by October. But it has been a arduous and expensive venture. But whenever I can swing in, do it. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna try to do an episode of Cavecast this weekend. But it's really when we can get the time and secure what we're doing. But if I do, I'm going to be shitting on season 2 of the Cave Crusader because that was physically pained me to watch. But other than that, thanks for having me on. You gave me the list. There's definitely a couple movies that I'm hoping to hop on here for, and always enjoy this looking at movies like through the scope of masculinity and not just whether it's good or bad.
Right. Yep. Absolutely, bro. Appreciate you being here, man.
Blue.
And go
always
look in the
loved you,
studio.
brother.
I know what that's like. So,
Oh, dude, we had one the other day where my bass player and my drummer started like,
I love it.
Getting into like a little like back and forth over like, oh, should we play like this? It was like, guys, we have played this song for like a year, and they're like, yeah, but we could do it like different for the album. And it was like, yeah, this isn't 1970 where we're gonna like figure it out in the studio. It's like we're paying by the hour.
Yeah, it adds up real quick.
Sammy knows it's August 4th now. I haven't taken a day off since January 1st. But if Sammy called me for another news, I'd make the time.
I like I said, you'll be the first one I call.
Yep.
So
nice.
It'll
right,
be
Sammy.
good. Take it easy, guys.
Take it easy, brother. Appreciate it.
Well, yeah, he's gone. Thank God.
Now the real men are left. No, I'm just kidding.
Goddamn right. So I said I bought this shirt for Leon, Sonic the Hedgehog, man. $8 shirt from fucking at Walmart. So
nice. Hell yeah, dude.
Yeah.
What
Yeah,
so your birthday's coming up soon now, huh?
It's weird. So technically down, this is 12:47. So in 23 hours, I turned 45. I told Zach's I'm gonna try to hop on Zach's stream because now, just like Zach's, I'm a 45-year-old man, and Zach's can pray for my family. So
oh yeah, you joined the Zach's club. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So usually we do Tuesdays, but I told Goodwin. So Goodwin, we're Nick, we're watching Commando. Because Commando
Tomorrow?
is so technically tomorrow, because we do Tuesday streams, but I'm doing Wednesday. I want to do my birthday. So
you're doing on Wednesday instead?
So August 5th is my birthday. So Commando, I said, because I've watched Commando 45 times, I'll watch it 45 more times. And for Goodwin to be on for Commando, like, dude, we have to watch Commando for my birthday. It's fucking Commando. Commando is in my top 10 films of all time. It's the culmination of the 80s, Nick. You know that. Come on, like.
Oh yeah,
Commando.
I mean, I use clips of it in my intro.
Yeah.
So you know.
And I told Goodwin, I was like, Goodwin, because we already did Predator for Basket Mondays. But I was like, but I won't do Predator on my channel until you're available, Nick. Because like, you know, like Gorkin was Amadeus, you're Predator. I was like, Jay, we can't watch Predator without Nick. So.
Yeah, and I would definitely make time for that
Well,
one.
I said, and everyone's just like, everyone's got busy. It's a Cole Hauser and Prater for last week, and I said, but Commando's my 45th birthday, and just it's the point, you know, you hit a point where it's like, watch Commando, go to the bar, do karaoke, get drunk, have chicken wings, and just like that's it. It's nothing. It's life is simple.
Yeah, doesn't need to be complicated. Blue Collar likes Commando so much, he said it over 10 times in the last 2 minutes.
Goddamn right. It is, because like Arnold showed me, Nick. You know this, Nick. You with weights, right? We all can pick up a redwood tree on a shoulder like this.
I aspire to be that strong, Blue. Let me tell you what. I mean, it's weird that as I've gotten older, I've gotten stronger. I don't know if it's just this weird old man strength that I'm getting, but you know, it's always one of those things that whenever I see these videos of Arnold lifting, that is inspiring. I'm like, I'm not going to like they call him the Austrian oak for a reason. I mean, like many people, even Ronnie Coleman, who again is arguably one of the best, if not, some people say he is the best, bodybuilder of all time. But Ronnie is, and Ronnie was obviously very humble, but Ronnie was like. Ronnie's said multiple times that no, Arnold's the best. He's like I always thought I had a good chest, but Arnold has the perfect chest. He's got the perfect biceps. Like, you know, even though, yeah, I lied.
No, I said that was my first dislocated shoulder, Nick, because I watched Commandos. You know what? Then I had fucking 80-pound dumbbells like this. I go fucking do shoulder presses. I push up, my shoulder went backwards, and the dumbbell went with. I had a fucking 80-pound dumbbell, and I felt it was like a bag of fucking chips, Nick. My first dislocated shoulder, and like, yeah, because Arnold told me I could pick up a tree, no problem. Yeah. Fuck you, Arnold.
Yeah, that's the other problem when you watch Arnold lifting weights, and then you watch Arnold lifting weights, and then you think you could do the same thing, and then all of a sudden you're like, wow, well, it was like, I think I bit up a little bit. My aspiration was too high, to dial it back just a little bit.
Yeah.
But
again, and tell people try. I was doing fucking pull-ups like this. I want to do a pull-up, Nick. My fucking shoulder snapped out of fucking place, and they put me in handcuffs. I had a dislocated shoulder, and I tried doing Mel Gibson. I was taking my shoulder, I was bashing my shoulder against the fucking wall, and I'm like, I couldn't
slam your shoulder into a wall.
Mel Gibson
That's
told me
hardcore.
that Mel Gibson said, okay, if you bash your shoulder against a brick wall, you can knock it back into place. Lethal Weapon 2 told me that, Nick. It doesn't work like that. So I was taken by 2 prison guards with fucking shotguns with 2 handles like this. My shoulders out of the fucking socket dangling, and we had to go to a hospital outside the prison complex. It was a doctor and 2 nurses. They took a bed sheet and put a bed sheet across my entire chest and fucking snapped my shoulder back into the socket after dislocating my shoulder in jail doing pull-ups. And I'm like, so yes, kids, movies lie to us. Arnold can't pick up redwoods. Mel Gibson can't snap your shoulder back in a socket because I tried that.
Yeah.
They lied to me, Nick.
Not everything we see on the theater in the theater actually works or translates to life, unfortunately. But
yeah, shoulder surgery. So I had bone fragments in my shoulder from fucking 2 dislocations. I'm like, oh Christ, yeah. And they say, Nick, because like whenever you strain your arm or break a bone, it's a solid break, but it hurts. With your shoulder, you're tearing through ligaments and tendons because your shoulder socket, so it's more painful. It's the most painful experience of my lifetime was fucking 2 dislocations, and you feel that shit, bro. Like, oh.
Man, that reminded me of back before COVID, and I was easily lifting 70-pound dumbbells over my head, which was great.
Oh.
Hold on, let me see something here.
That's why now I go to Smith machine. I'll put 120 pounds of Smith machine, but it's right in front of you, or the bar's right there, and push up like this and just come back down. But yeah, I will never in my lifetime pick up a fucking 80-pound dumbbell again. Just and do the Arnold press, because Arnold said, yeah, you can do this like this. The Arnold presses, and I'm like, yeah, I shouldn't have like just. I pushed up and just backwards, and I'm like, fuck. As soon as it happened, slow motion, you're like, fuck.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Like, I mean, essentially, like what happened. What was it? The one time, like doing the Arnold press, like sitting down is one thing, but
you start
doing
right
it
here,
standing,
like yeah,
doing it standing is completely different. That is tough stuff right there.
And 2270s, and later on life, 23 years later, Arnold would say, hey, I did certain exercises, they were great, I made my mistakes.
I have the video on my phone.
No, you fucking Arnold.
I know it was before COVID hit, but I don't know if I have that video now.
But yeah, but that's what like Commando, because like and we watched this Wednesday night or tomorrow, Nick. You know the part where he's like, I remember Sully. He's like, Sully's my weak arm, Sully. He's like, remember I said let you go? He goes, yes, Matrix, I lied. So the director told Arnold, he's like, hold him, the actor, by his leg. And Arnold's like, are you crazy? I can't hold the actor by his leg. I'm not that fucking strong. So when you watch Commando, you see the string by his ankles holding him, but like he wanted Arnold to hold him by his leg without no fucking harnesses. the director for Commando is hardcore, man. Like, holy shit.
There's a video. This is right before COVID hit, and I was doing 90-pound dumbbells on chest press.
Also, another screenshot for Nick right here.
The fucking green screen's gonna kill me.
Here's Macho Man in the 1980s. Boy, you see him in Spider-Man, right, Nick? Yeah, that looks a lot different than Bonesaw, doesn't it, son?
Yeah, no roids whatsoever.
Oh, yeah. Sure.
But the personal concept is one. Yeah.
That film is the overly gay themes between bandits, yes, Matrix.
I think what do I?
Dude, Arnold turned 79 2 days before I turned 45. It's fucking creepy, man.
It's the goat, man.
No, Nick, I mean, like you both talked to Drinker. I was talking to Will. I said, dude, I'm happy Arnold's making King Conan. I'm happy, Nick. I love Arnold, but like, don't want to see King Conan, Nick, at 80 years old.
I mean,
King
that is
King
a good
Conan
question.
Commando 2. He's making right now. He's turning 79 and making King Conan in Commando 2 and another Predator film at 79. Love you, Arnold, but dude.
You know, listen, we could get a killer script, or it could be absolute trash. But, you know,
I would want to see King Conan at 60, not 79.
can I? Let's see if let me see if I can send this to you.
With Soul Assassin, I do agree, but again, so there's I'll pull up Bonesaw. Well,
I don't know if Nerd Slap's still watching, but
Savage Spider-Man.
But yeah, this is one of Goodwin's favorite clips.
Let off some steam, Bennett.
Yes, Bennett.
Somewhere.
John, I'll be waiting for you, John.
So I can send this video to myself and pull it up.
Trying to pull up Bonesaw from freaking Spider-Man.
I can just replay the clip. For hey freak show.
Hey, freak show! You're going nowhere! I got you for 3 minutes! 3 minutes of playtime!
Playtime!
All right, these are shitty images, but okay. So as we said, Nick, like, there is Bonesaw right there. Bad image, but like there's Randy Savage right there in 2001, and there's Randy Savage and like, boy, I'm just saying, like,
a bit of a vast difference, wouldn't you say?
This is that's a full natural body, correct?
Yeah,
he definitely ain't taking shit, right, son?
Well, for those of you that I don't know who all here knows of Mike O'Hearn, but Mike O'Hearn has been around for a while, and he's obviously he was an American Gladiator, if you ever remember that show from back in the day. But he's always professed that he was natty. He's never taken anything. And I do think the guy has like crazy genetics, but like I definitely think he is has taken some roids.
Which I talked to Goon about this to me, Nick. You know about the health industry and the fitness industry. Alan Richardson, love or hate the guy. He's got political stances, whatever. I don't care. But for Reacher season 3, he goes, guys, I'm 44 years old. For Reacher season 3, I took a lot of HGH, and I mean, I respect somebody who's like, I took HGH for Reacher season 3. Now, Nick, HGH is a different category than like traditional like Hulk Hogan, Arnold, Ronnie Coleman steroids. HGH is a different thing. Joe Rogan takes testosterone shots. He says that shit. Frank Grillo has said, I'm pushing 60. I take testosterone shots. I don't know if HGH and testosterone is considered safer or worse than like, Hulk Hogan said this once. He's like, Hogan taking steroids in the 80s. He's like, guys, steroids in the 80s, it was like getting aspirin. It was just, everyone did it. Yeah. So I don't know. I mean, and Nick, guys like Sam Sulek is very controversial about like, the guy doesn't look natural. So Ronnie Coleman is now look all his health injuries. Ronnie Coleman took a lot of fucking roids, man, to get to be Ronnie Coleman like it. So
yeah, I mean,
I don't know, like
that whole. I mean, what's interesting about that era and like how you look at some of the people and obviously you can look at some of these Hollywood actors that have played superhero characters, right? Like people always ask like, do you think that Hugh Jackman took steroids? And I'm like, I don't think, I don't think what he looked like was steroid-esque. That's just a lot of hard work and you're literally eating the same thing 6 times a day for months on straight. Like I don't think people realize that what the human body is capable of when you put it into that type of regimen, right? Because like I did that, years ago, and while it you can think that it gets so bland, it gets so repetitious, and it gets really boring.
Yeah.
Because then like you don't get a cheat day. You might get a cheat meal, and then the rest of your meals are back as normal, right? So it's like your body is just like it gets into this type of like functionality where like it craves the same thing nutritionally, but your taste buds are like, great, more sweet potato, great, more rice, great, more chicken. Like, and you could try to change it up too, but like there's a certain like number one, like I don't think like Tom Holland is on steroids, right? Obviously, clearly, Tobey Maguire not on steroids. I don't believe that Hugh Jackman was. Now, was he on some sort of like HGH?
Yeah,
maybe, but like
you said, Nick, it's when people watch Deadpool Wolverine and the infamous but Wolverine's fucking top right explodes, right? Also, Hugh Jackman, he's got a fucking 6-pack, but his look at the Wolverine.
It's the rest of his body that doesn't look proportional to.
That's what I'm saying.
To someone that would have been on steroids.
Like,
that is like doing every single type of movement.
If you look at X-Men Origins Wolverine, when he takes his shirt off, Wolverine is fucking like this, right? For Deadpool Wolverine, he's very cut, right? But he's also a lot fucking smaller. He's also 15 years older. So I showed you a picture. This is Alan Richardson. This is Alan Richardson, right, at 43. Also, remember too, he's 43. He's also fucking 6'4", right? Hugh Jackman's what, 5'10", 5'11". Like this is a guy who's 230.
6 feet, right?
I mean, according to his stats, they said he's 6'4", 230. Yeah, I was
gonna say Hugh Jackman is 6'2", apparently.
Yeah, but again, the thing is, but Tom Holland and Toby are what, 5'10"? Like Alan Richardson is fucking.
Dude, Toby's 5'8".
That's it. And Alan Richardson
I think Tom Holland's 5'7".
So this man is two fucking 6'3". That's a bad. But even Alan Richardson's like, guys, I'm taking HGH to have this Jack Reacher body. But listen, thing is, look at his abs, Versus said, you've seen Toby. Toby's a lot leaner. He's not this. He's slimmed down. So
yeah, and that's the thing. Like you're like. There's a certain look that people have when they're taking something where like you can look at like any of the golden any of the actual like professional bodybuilding people, right? Like there's a certain type of look that they have compared to like there's like a natural
5'8", let's say 5'8", Nick, 155 roughly, 155. That's 150 fucking 5. Then we're looking at Alan Richardson. Height and weight, man. Height, I mean, dude, fucking 6'3". Yeah. Weight approximately, I mean, height, weight, I mean, so if we're saying with Toby is
probably just, I mean, Richardson's probably pushing like
235, 240.
240, yeah, makes sense.
I mean, you better Nick, 20 pounds. Yeah. To 20 pounds is difference, right? Imagine, so if Toby is like anywhere from 150, 160, and Alan Richardson is fucking 240, that's we're talking about 70 to 80 pounds of difference in human being. That's a big fucking difference, man. Like,
I knew he wants to play it, but the problem is like there's only one character that he can play, and that is the Batfleck type of persona, and look. And I don't know if that's what they're going to do moving forward.
I'm definitely with Nick and Jacob. Like I don't know, Alan's like I like Batman, but the thing is, like people, Bruce,
that one dude's name,
Bruce Wayne trains in Batman comics to be a ninja. Most ninjas don't weigh fucking 240 pounds. Like Bruce Wayne is supposed to be agile. He's the world's greatest detective. Also, Bruce Wayne is what he's mastered 200 martial arts. Like Bruce Wayne is 6 foot in the comics. He's 6'1", 180 to 190. Alan Richardson is way too big to be fucking Batman. Like what's
I like and my vote too was Brendan Sklenar. He was in the show 1923.
We go.
the Yellowstone prequel.
And you understand, Nick, typically. So a man who's 6'2", right, weighs 210. That's not that 6'2" and 210 is very lean in comparison to like Alan Richardson. I just like, of course, because this changes by aura too. I mean, era, and some eras, Batman's thinner, but like sometimes he weighs 180, 190. But Bruce Wayne is not a big fucking dude. He's a ninja. Ninjas don't weigh 250 pounds of fucking muscle.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't read any of this absolute like comic stuff, which it just seems so ridiculous. I'm like, this is not like, I guess it's what the word absolute is trying to portray, which is kind of all weird. But
but even if he was 6'10" and 6'2" and 210, that's still. I mean, what was Arnold? Arnold was what, 240? Fucking 235, 240, and Alan Richardson is
yeah. When he competed, God, yeah, I want to say like 240. Let's see.
Absolute bet, man.
When he won Mr. Olympia, yeah, he was somewhere between 225 and 235 because he's like obviously like, cut. But apparently his heaviest stage weight, even when winning, was in 74, and he was 240, 245. Yeah. But he ranged anywhere from 225 to 245. So like, but that's the thing. Like when you're like trying to Jamma, good luck, brother. I'll see you tomorrow, man.
We see here, Nick. Look, Gold and Silver Age, and this is what Goodwin said. And to Goodwin's credit, like depends on what era. Gold and Silver, early retro issues occasionally logged in Bruce as 180. So live action.
Yes.
Val Kilmer was listed around 180. For Adam West's Batman was considered 6'2", 180. And we see Adam West. Adam West was not a fucking worded out fucking dude. It was Adam West, right? At 180. So it depends on which version of Bruce Wayne you want to talk about. Like, yeah. But still, 6'2" and 210. I mean, right now I weigh 225 and I'm only fucking 5 foot. So I drop weight, but like, yeah, but like 210 that's not a big dude. Sorry,
I mean,
man.
but the difference though too is like, I mean, muscle weighs more than fat. So like, if you're primarily a muscular dude, right?
Look at this.
It does depend. Like the height, it should get and be more spread out, but. That's the thing I always loved about working out, where it's like you have like Arnold said, like you're like the body is like a clay figure. Like when you're trying to sculpt it, you need to do more of these types of exercises compared to others, which like, and again, oh wait, Jamma, what'd you say? Wait, what do you mean? I don't want to ruin it for you, Jamma, because
right there, Nick, Stallone for Rambo 4 was my favorite Rambo. Look at Stallone right there. How fucking ripped Stallone was for Rambo fucking 4. And he said,
Rambo. Yeah, I mean, he got ripped. I mean, he started getting ripped in Rocky too, though.
But 5'10", 209, and here's a picture of him in Rambo 4, like 5'10".
Goodwin would say stop it. He's 5'7".
Exactly, yeah. And Bruce Wayne is considered 6'2". So.
Yeah. So I mean, I think too, like for me, like another example is like Henry Cavill. Like, Henry Cavill put in the work, or like he's not shy of showing what he did to lead up to Superman, right? And then he's always, I mean, he's like he's got like sponsorships and everything like that. So I think Henry Cavill was 6'2", 230.
Yeah, again, 6'1", 210. So that comic wise, that's Batman's stats. 6'1", 210 pounds.
I thought he weighed more than that.
Yeah. It says right there for Man of Steel. They said for Man of Steel he was down to 193.
That's lean.
For BVS he broke up to 210. Big fucking difference. For Justice League 203. Yeah. Body fat. Captive, very lean, 7-10% for, of course, for filming scenes, but like 193. So what? Less than 200 pounds at fucking 6'1". Like, yeah, it's what.
Talk to vets, not not many active guys look like that. Only the support
Yeah.
and non-combat guys. No, for sure. Yeah, that's. I mean, with the amount of combat that they have, I mean, depending on how much of a they've had on their body, like it's obviously strained them a lot. So, but
so the Witcher, he was like 205 pounds again for the Witcher, and he said, was it that one scene? It's like he was he took he said for the shirtless scene for the Witcher, he took 3 days off eating, 3 days off drinking, and when they filmed the Witcher scene, he had to drink a concoction neck of like sugar and fucking water to make his veins appear tighter. But he's like I could smell water. He's like, for that shirtless scene for The Witcher, I fasted for 3 fucking days to appear bigger. Then I drank a fucking. And Hugh Jackman said something. Hugh Jackman said for his Wolverine scenes, he would drink a sugar concoction to make his veins appear bigger. So they're all doing. But Hugh Jackman said for Deadpool and Wolverine, he's like, I would never recommend that to anybody. It's an unhealthy standard.
I mean, like it's sort of okay. Like I'll say 2 last things and probably call it. But one of the things is like when you're competing, right? Like the lead up to being on stage in competition, like you are cutting everything and your body is craving carbohydrates, right? Like that's why like after a stage competition, people are usually eating donuts and drinking beer, like because they're trying to get that back into their body.
That's a scene from Deadpool and Wolverine, Nick.
But click the one, the one that's on the far left from that's from Japan, I believe. Right?
That was the Wolverine.
The Wolverine when he's in Japan, right? Like that's not a roided out Hugh Jackman. That
again,
is
and also,
Hugh Jackman.
And then look at his abs here, right? And then look at Deadpool and Wolverine. So also 10 years later, so obviously he's also lean. His stomach is lean down.
But he's probably under like a different maybe like workout regimen too.
Also, like you said, Nick is like also Hugh Jackman. Look at his arms, right? Look at his legs. Hugh Jackman is not. He doesn't have massive fucking thighs in it. But this was from Days of Futures Past, right here. It's like he's this,
Yeah, Hugh Jackman's never had like huge thighs or quads, right? Like So and that's fine, but like you don't need to be. Like, he doesn't need to have like Wolverine doesn't need to have that.
But
so
remember, also guys, I can't afford this. According to him, 8,000 calories a day. I am Nick. This is 1 a.m. I ate one meal today. I had one protein shake today. I can't afford. Did you understand what it costs to eat? If you're eating 8,000 calories a day, do you know how much money that fucking costs? On top of whatever supplements you're taking as well, like.
Oh yeah, dude. I mean, like this This is a picture of me from 2015, but like you can see, I don't know. Hope the reflection isn't terrible, but I mean, I was, like I don't know if you can. I don't know if you might not be able to see it very well.
But it's blurring out for the stream.
I don't know why. I don't know why I have no green in this. It's so weird.
So didn't Jackman say he can't do the water fasting treatments anymore? No, it said so. That's what it said. He said for that one, because it knows in Deadpool and Wolverine, he's only shirtless for one scene. That's it. And he said that's when him and Deadpool hold the TV and he puts his claws out. He's like the entire film. He's like that one scene took him months to prep for that one fucking scene. So it's like it's unrealistic standards,
Yeah.
Deadpool Wolverine fasting. Look it up.
But let's see who else is streaming. Who can we raid into? Let's see who's streaming. We've got let's see here. Bimo or Cinevere? Who do we want to raid?
Probably say Cinny. Yeah, it's always Cinny.
Yeah, go see what's up to Cinny. And then so you're what time are you streaming on Wednesday,
so today is Tuesday, technically speaking. Tomorrow at 1 p.m. just Commando, and people just come bullshit. We're gonna get drunk and watch an Arnold classic film. It's Commando. It's stupid. It's fun. Just have fun, guys.
Sweet. All right,
yeah.
You guys are our heroes for sticking around. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. I sure did, talking about Spider-Man with the with Blue, Leon, Sammy, Vex, while she was here, of course. Yeah, so tune in for Blue's stream tomorrow on Commando. I'll be talking House of the Dragon episode 7 tomorrow night, 9 p.m. Eastern. For those of you that have been tuning in, just going through the episode, talk about how it compares to the book and the differences and whatnot. So, yeah, go say hi to Cindy for me, and I will see you guys next week here on Masculine Mondays, which we will be talking about. What were we talking about? We are talking the Lincoln Lawyer. So, I haven't watched that movie in a while. So it should be a good one. I think Waylon recommended that one. So that should be a pretty good one. We didn't cover that movie. Good one. But yeah, I'll be
right, sure now, yeah,
right. He needed his eternal slumber sleep. But
yeah.
But yeah, we'll be talking Lincoln Lawyer next week on Monday. So then I'll be around during the week too.
Yeah.
Maybe gaming stream Thursday nights.
House of the Dragon's about to end, dude. It's already episode 7 now? Yeah.
Yeah, finale is next Sunday, so over and done with, and then we'll be moving on to some other shows to talk about on a
Osborn, Nick, I watched Netflix the Netflix Lincoln Lawyer show. I didn't hate it.
I haven't watched it. I've heard some decent things.
He's not McConaughey, but for a Netflix show, it's not bad.
Yeah, it is not bad at all. So, yeah, but anyway, appreciate you guys watching over on Kick, X, YouTube. You guys are awesome. Again, Leon, if you're still watching, thank you for the Ray brother. Appreciate it. And I will see you guys hopefully next week here on Ask Mondays. Cheers, y'all.